Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 7:04 in the morning. It's 6:23:25. That's a June 23rd, 25. That's a Monday. Monday, 6:23:25. It's about 60 degrees out. It's cold. It's like overcast today. It's 7:05 in the morning. I'm cracking a motherfucking beer. Yeah, let's get to the gaming. One of the things I love about my job is I can get drunk at 7 in the fucking morning if I want. Nothing's stopping me. Nothing's stopping me. So, what do we do? We are. Oh, you messed with this UI again. Every day you mess with this UI and you change it somehow. Yeah, accept, complete. And, spawn. Did I die last night? I don't think so. Nice. I didn't die last night. Very good. Very good. I'm here alone. Day 61. Oh, I spent all of my ammo, though. Is that? I've got some ammo, but I really shouldn't use it. I suppose I should get my spear because I'm like out of ammo. Oh, my spear, where is it? No. Did you save my spear? No, no. What did you do with my spear? Aw, what'd you do with my spear? Melee mods, crafted materials, ranged mods, but where's the melee? Guns, melee weapons. None. You scrapped all of them? You scrapped my melee weapon. Damn it. What am I going to do? I guess all I can do. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's some 7.62 left. Oh, look, there is. So let's just dump all the red, and I'll use the black. I mean, it's fucked up, but I mean that's enough rounds to use like a couple of. Oh yeah, lucky looter. I forgot about this. 5 more brass and loot. No, I'm just gonna use that one because I might need it. I need repair kits, but I'll use them when I'm broke when they're broken. Where are you? You're fucking annoying. You are so annoying. Where are you, mob? You're so annoying. You're so annoying. He didn't hear me. Man, sneak attack is really strong with the hyper or sorry with the hunting rifle. I hear a zombie, but I don't see a zombie. Oh, he left something in the chest for me. Ooh, drone. 25 more % damage against stone. That's good. So modify. Iron breaker mod. Robotic drone medic mod. Oh yeah? Oh, cool. Though I don't have any meds, so thank you for drone. Now that's weird. Didn't I have like a Discord conversation last night? God damn it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to drop it off the big screen. Here we go. Oh, it's been 10 minutes. Oh. Sorry, I forgot. Early in the morning. Hungover, kind of out of it. Sorry. So anyways, there we go. And now, what are we doing? I am reading my Discord. Reading my Discord. Ooh, the HDR is better. Where is my Discord? There it is. So I want to thank him for the drone. Thank you for drone. Ooh. Nice. Let's go get that. Well, but first I want to thank him for the drone. Now, how do we... Now, he communicated to me that there was, like, stuff. Where did I see this? This is a Discord, but I'm trying to get Steam on my screen. Okay, I don't know. Thank you for drone. Okay, now, robotic headlamp mod, robotic drone armor plating mod, robotic drone cargo mod, modify. We want drone med, drone thingy, and drone thingy, robotic headlamp mod. Then we go burr, right? Then we say tuck flashlight. Do I have a flashlight? I can't remember. Oh, I do. And then quiet mode. And then enter code. Then gotta kill him. Suppressed should be the first one. Yeah, there we go. And then... Oh, damn it, where are you? What? Why are all these crazy things here? Why are all these crazy things here? Oh. Oh. Why aren't you firing? You are so annoying. Reload. Why won't you reload? Because I'm out? I'm like out. Run. Oh. Okay. Oh. No. Oh, you're so annoying. Oh, I jumped on the drone. Did you reload yet? No. Please reload. Please reload. Oh, run. Run, 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 run. Oh. 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 Please reload. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. More and more. It's so annoying. Why so many? Get off me, motherfucker. Ugh. Please reload. Die, fucker. Die, fucker. Get off me. Get off. Ugh. Please, let me box. 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 Fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. Reload, damn it. Reload. Tell you reload for so long. And die. Die, 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 die. Jesus. It's so annoying. What? Oh my god, the last shot! The last shot, you fucking killed me, you son of a bitch developer. I don't understand why you guys design like this. Why did you put 40 zombies on me? I'm one man, there's only so much I can do. You're insane, you're fucking shitty. You fucking shitty developer. Shitty, 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 shitty McBobitty developer. Goddamn shitty cocksucker developer. God damn it. Wasted a lot of ammo there, but at least I got XP. You're fucking so annoying. Why did you put that many zombies on me? You piece of shit developers need to get a clue about how fucking dumb you are. You cocksucking pieces of shit. Fucking cocksucking pieces of shit. What is the point of putting that many mobs on me, you fucking cocksucker? The fuck's your fucking problem, you shithead developer? Suck my fucking dick. Fuck's wrong with you? Wow, it was a lot of loot at least, but not the right kind of ammo. So annoying. So annoying. Going under the... I gotta say, going under the grate was like really... I didn't get an infection, because I'm dead, but yeah. Going under the grate was really, like, in the moment. Ooh. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fucking reload, you piece of shit. No! You goddamn assholes! Why do you wedge me all the time? You wedge me more than not. You wedge me all the time. Why do you wedge me so much? You fucking piece of shit developers. You wedge me so much. Stop wedging me. Jesus, I was just exiting my base and suddenly got a fucking horde of 25 zombies or whatever it was. Fucking dumb. Wasted like 100 rounds or something. This was not worth it. Shotgun Weekly. What's that do? Shotgun crafting. Yeah, I'll leave these for Begon. He's the one who makes the guns or whatever. should do this during a storm. Did I use up all my wood? No. Ooh, level 5 Enforcer outfit. Crit resist. Full set. Oh, there's a spear. But I had a higher spear than this. I don't want to run spear anymore. I'm going to scrap it. Look, I pulled out 300. Now I've got 150 because you put so many zombies on me. I should just die to them. You're so annoying. To reasonably get through this day, I'm going to need food and water. Nice. Food, cooked food, pre-war food. Yep. And let's look at medicine. Nope. There's one band-aid. There's herbal antibiotics, and I'm going to take them. I have a lot of forgetting elixirs, and I wouldn't mind using one now. Yeah, maybe we'll use one now, huh? Use. Okay, time to respec. First, we go into strength all the way. Headshot damage. Shotguns. Clubs, sledgehammers, and tools governed by minor 69er. Axe, pick, shovel, chainsaw, or auger. So I can use when I'm full strength, I can use the auger like a melee tool, and that's awesome. I actually really like that. So, yep, and that's not right. I want you. Oops, no, I want you there and you here. I am gonna need. I guess I'll. Oh, flashlight. Talk. Can I talk to the drone? May I see your inverters to heal my allies? Stay here. Heal my allies. Yeah. Healing me. Stay here. May I see your inventory? Yes, and we will give you a band-aid, and I want more band-aids. Medicine. Oh, there's 15 aloe cream. I don't think I can make field kits, but I can make bandages. So we'll take the 15 cream and we will produce bandages. Bandages takes cloth. Cloth will be in the crafted materials. Not crafted materials, but raw resources. There will be cloth somewhere, unless he used it all. No, I guess it's used up. Well, I need cloth. Oh, I'm gonna have a beer. Mm-hmm. Quite good. I need bandages, which take cloth fragments. We don't have any cloth. I can make some out of plant fiber. So let's go chop some plant fiber. Then I will chop like 100 plant fiber. And I will produce cloth. What? Okay. Ooh, looks a lot better with the HDR. Ooh, 148K. Not bad. That's good. Oh, look, it's spending money. I can spend this money. I could go higher on gold if I wanted to. Those gold hairpins, they sell slow, but they do sell, which makes it so that you can, like, level crafting pretty much free. Ooh, 637. Not bad. And all that was off of gold stuff. Let's go spend. Yeah. Delivery box. Yeah. So we are good. Oh, got a lot of Mithril Beast coins. I guess I'll craft before I leave. Yeah. Okay. Man, to make bandages, I will need a lot of this. But it is good. I like doing it. So, okay. Jill, Raven C invite. So I'm trying to reload MOTD. Reload MOTD. Ships provided followed to FCU time 6:23. 23 hours. 6:23. It's 6:24, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no, 6:23. 23 hours is like 8 p.m. or something. Nice. Right now it's 2:25 p.m. and he wants to go to 11, so 9 hours, which is like 4 or 5 p.m. I've got to remember I've got to I'm not going to get too drunk today. I'm just going to stay drunk all day, and I'll run that up. Yay, a car. Oh, I didn't spend points. I'm an idiot. At least I'm doing things that don't require that. So, first of all, we're going to cap out strength. Shotguns. So I'm going to run a shotgun in strength. Olympic champion. Now you can just crush zombies. Shotguns, clubs, sledgehammers, and tools. So I can do shotgun, auger, and hunting rifle. Miner 69er. I'm gonna run out of points, aren't I? Yep. Main vein. Junk miner. Then I've got 19 points left, and pack mule. I don't think I want to spend points in this. 25% chance to ignore damage. That's insane. All critical injuries heal 100% faster when holding a mining tool. So if I bandage and mine, scrap bass when harvesting ore blocks. Wow, battle miner. Mining tools like pickaxes and shovels deal more damage to zombies when used in combat. 9 points left, and then I think we jump to not harvesting, but sorry, perk books, not perk books, but general perks, and then I need to specialize in armor, but I'm not going to do it yet. Okay, 2 points left, and I can't even afford the 5th point Lucky Looter. Looting is 80% faster. Ooh, adds 25% loot bonus. Nice. So this will cost more points than I can put in, but that's the next thing that we buy. Look, I can, like, hammer this car.
Good evening. If you need tools, mods, or vehicles, we've got you covered. Looking to motor around?
$565. We're buying any meds that he's got. Or cloth. Three bandages will take them. Armor, pocket mod, schematic. Okay, so we're going to make cloth fragments, 3 of them. Ooh, that's expensive. I did not know. This game is slower than I thought. Can I produce first aid kits? I don't think I have the skill. Damn it. 50 medical. Medical is... Ugh. But I can produce first aid bandages, which is good. I'm going to put a whole row of bandages in my drone or whatever. I'm 11% infected by the bees. What the hell is that? What is that? Wait. I think I got a muzzles, like... I think I got like 2 schematics off of hitting, like off of farming that zombie, I think. I did. I got like... Oh no, no I didn't. Hello. Cream. I don't... Oh, aloe vera leaf, but I don't... I've only got 4 aloe vera leaf. Craft. Nice. So every 4 aloe plants is... No, they don't yield anything. I don't know. It must have been the car. The car must have given me that stuff. Let's watch the new Nor Jasmine.
The 1st of March 2000 is etched on the minds of the people of Aberdeen, Australia.
I'm sure
forever.
it is. Cannibal.
So inexplicably heinous, it still affects all of the officers called to the scene.
I'm sure it
It
does.
was an aroma, and it was quite a macabre thing. It's a sweet odour, nice odour, as if my mum's cooking a stew.
I didn't eat meat for about 3 months.
Been branded a danger to the community, capable of murdering anyone who crosses her.
I don't remember anything.
Do you recall yourself going to bed?
Vaguely.
When I was interviewing Catherine, you can catch someone's eye and you say to yourself, I'm being bullshitted to.
It's kind of like, I think she was just getting to that point where she was desperate. Her looks were leaving her, such as they were.
It was a plain cut, I see.
Today, I want to talk about Catherine Knight. She is
Oh, they made a multi-display mode thing.
Literally. I'm going to tell you right now, this case is gruesome. You've been warned, okay? It's, you know what I mean? Like the title says it. You clicked on the title, you know what you're getting into, so let me get into it. So the whole thing started on March 1st in the year 2000. In the year 2000, there was this small town in Australia called Aberdeen. And in this small town, there was a woman. Her name was Kathy Knight. And she was dating a guy. And his name was John Price. But he went by Pricey. So that's what I'm going to call him. And, you know, he paid the Pricey lame. He told his friends, hey, if you see my truck at my house in the morning when I'm supposed to be at work and you still see my truck there, that means I'm dead. Call the cops. And why would he say that? Well, because his girlfriend Kathy was trying to kill him. Yes, she had already stabbed him before. He had to run to the neighbors for help. She tried to pay some guy $500 to throw acid in his face. When March 1st came around and the neighbors woke up and they saw
He didn't see me because it's dark.
His truck was still at his house. They were like, oh, wait a minute. Is he okay? Should we call the cops? Long story short, one of his coworkers shows up and goes to knock on the door. There's no response. Then the coworker realizes there's blood smeared on the door, so he starts knocking frantically. Still no response. So that's when he called the cops. The cops show up. They end up having to bust the door down. When they go in, they're about to witness a scene that is going to make them literally have PTSD for the rest of their lives. That's how bad it was. So I was able to get the police footage of the scene, but I'm not going to put it here because of YouTube. But if you are interested in stuff like that, like uncensored versions of my videos, I'm going to be doing a Patreon. I think I'm going to move over from YouTube members. I do have members now. I might move over. It's a long story. Point is, one way or another, I'll have it linked down below where you can find the uncensored version if you want to watch it. Otherwise, you really don't need to see that to understand the story. Just know that it was horrific. As soon as they walked in, they saw what was left of John Price's body, corpse, okay? And then they also noticed that Kathy is there and she looks a little less dead. Turns out she was alive, she was just unconscious. So they call the ambulance and they have her taken away and they continue to investigate the scene, and then they notice that there is something that looks like human skin hanging from a meat hook.
I didn't know you could do that.
Shop. And then
cactuses are the best plant fiber, which I didn't know. Oh yeah, nice.
As they're walking through the home, it is just blood everywhere. Blood splatter, pools of blood, smearings of blood, droppings of blood, dripping, everywhere. Blood on the kitchen appliances, on pots and pans and things like that. And one of the officers actually said that there was a smell. He described it as a sweet smell.
And there's an aroma. It's quite a macabre thing. It's a sweet odour. Nice
human
odour.
Meat.
As if mum's cooking a stew.
And that is when they realized that, oh, somebody cooked dinner. You know, guess who's coming for dinner? It's more like guess who is dinner? Daddy. What's for dinner, Mom? Daddy. Daddy's for dinner. His buttocks were on plates with roasted vegetables and baked potato and gravy. And they were on these plates with napkins and name cards on them and note written on there. And then they realized, right, she cooked him. And then there's a pot on the stove. And at this point, the officers they don't want to open up that lid to that pot because at this point, it's like, what the fuck is going to be in there? And they open it and there's a human head of John Price in the pot with cabbage and zucchini. Yeah. Apparently human goes good with zucchini. They start to realize there is no sign of an intruder. There is no sign of anyone else other than the victim and the person who was unconscious that they just sent to the hospital in an ambulance. The police really want to talk to Kathy to be like, what happened here, Kathy? But she's unconscious. So they have to wait to get to the point where, Kathy is trying to serve John to her children. You kind of have to wonder, how did we get here? And I'm going to tell you, you need to go all the way back to before, actually, Kathy was born. Because Kathy's mom, Barbara, she was the talk of the town, and not in a good way. She was the talk of the town because she cheated on her husband with his coworker, and this was a very small town. Everybody knew, and everyone in the community basically ostracized her because of what she had done. So she ends up deciding, you know what, I can't take this anymore. I am leaving. I'm going to move to another town. And she moves with the guy who she had the affair with. His name is Ken Knight. So Barbara and Ken, like Barbie and Ken, anyway, whatever, they move to this other town and they start fresh. Barbara gets pregnant with twins, 2 twin girls, and one of those twins is Kathy. The other one is her twin sister, Joy. The problem is Ken is an alcoholic, and not just alcoholic, an abusive alcoholic. And he abuses his wife, Barbara, Kathy's mom. Barbara says that Ken R-words her like up to 10 times a day. And she tells her daughters, who are very, very young, graphic details of the sexual and abusive things that Ken does to them, their father. According to Kathy, she says that the same type of abuse was happening to her, not necessarily from the dad. There's like conflicting reports that I found about whether the father did something, but she says her brothers, as well as other men in her life, abused her. And she says that her mom like hated men and was always talking bad about men, and that when she told her mom what was going on with her mom was like, stop complaining. Her mom literally said, put up with it and stop complaining. While this was happening at home, Kathy was going to school and being the school bully. According to a lot of people who went to school with her, she was a bully. She was kind of tall and large for her age, and so she would pick on all the younger kids. She kind of had this like split personality almost. The thing that people said about Kathy is that she was actually very smart, did really good in school. She even won awards for like good behavior and good grades. But then if she got upset, she would fly into these, quote, murderous rages and just go off, attack physically, yell, scream, but whatever. And she would do to the kids, to the teachers. It was like there were two sides to her. When Kathy was 14 years old, tragedy struck. Her uncle, Oscar, he was like the only adult that she could trust, and he took his life when she was 14. And this was really, really devastating for Kathy. She started to believe that his ghost was like haunting her and around and everywhere. And despite that, it didn't really give her a sense of comfort because she seemed to act out more after her uncle died. A year after her uncle's death, Kathy dropped out of high school and she got a job at a clothing factory where she was cutting fabric. But her dream job was to work at an abattoir. And at first I was like, oh, she worked at a clothing factory, she abattoir. I'm like, it's like a fashion thing. No, it's a butcher. Her dream job was to be an abattoir, a butcher. And so when she was 16 years old, she got a job at a slaughterhouse. And she was like, hell yeah, baby, love it. And she was good. She ends up getting promoted. As part of her promotion, she got a set of butcher knives. And this was supposedly the proudest moment in her life. She would take that set of butcher's knife home every night and she would hang it up from the ceiling above her bed just in case. And she did this pretty much everywhere she lived, where she would take her knife set and hang it on the ceiling above her bed. The thing is, she's known for being tough and she'll fight at the abattoir. Like the other men who worked at the slaughterhouse, they were afraid of her. Also, we need to talk about her interior decorating aesthetic, if you will, which is creepy. Straight up creepy.
It was quite a bizarre premises, and we found that Catherine had a severe fascination with violent and bizarre movies she retained on VHS. The house that she owned is just full of macabre stuffed animals. It's quite a dark, gloomy house. It didn't give you a feeling that it was ever vibrant.
Like, I want to read you a quote of a description of the knickknacks that she had in her home. Knight decorated the house throughout with animal skins.
Women can be
skulls,
crazy too.
horns, rusty animal traps, leather jackets, old boots, machetes, rakes, and pitchforks. No space, including the ceilings, was left uncovered, which is fine. But you know, when you put it in the context of what she ended up doing, it's
Yeah, but women don't normally do that.
It's been 4 years since
Men do that, but women
Kathy's
don't.
uncle took his own life. She is now 18 years old, and she lives with him. This guy's name is David Pellet, and he also worked at the abattoir. I'm going to say that so much. Just prepare yourself for how much I'm going to be saying abattoir. The thing with David Pellet is that he was an alcoholic as well, just like her father was. The reason why he was an alcoholic, according to what I found, is that he had witnessed these two traumatic things when he used to work at a railway company. The first was this like freak accident that he saw his coworker get killed in front of him.
Why am I reloading? Why am I reloading right now? Why am I infected? God damn it. Fucking stupid. Kill the bees. Kill him. Kill this guy. So many mobs. Why? Get off me.
Didn't seem to mind that he was an alcoholic, and a year after they met, when she was 19, they got married. Kathy had a motorcycle, and she wanted to like pull up to the wedding in the motorcycle, and David was too drunk, so he was literally like hanging off the back and barely awake when they showed up to the wedding. And then apparently her mom went up to him and basically told him, if you cheat on her, she's going to kill you. Like, be careful. I'll read you the quote. She said, "You better watch this one or she'll kill you. Stir her up the wrong way or do the wrong thing and you're gone. Don't ever think of playing up on her. She's got a screw loose somewhere." That's a really bad accent. Now, Barbara wasn't lying. She knows her daughter very well because guess what? Kathy tried to kill David on the night of their wedding. Why? Because after 3 times of them consummating the marriage, he fell asleep. And it pissed her off. So she started strangling him. Apparently, David wasn't put off by that and they carried on with their relationship. It's just like a funny story, like, oh, she's crazy. 2 years after their wedding, the happy couple was expecting a bundle of joy, and the pregnancy hormones, they didn't help with Kathy's anger issues. Not at all. For example, David liked to play darts, and he would go and play with his friends, and they would have these like competitions. Well, he told her one day, like, we're gonna have a competition. I'm gonna go play darts with my friends. He ends up doing better than expected and progressing like in the competition, and so he had to stay later because he was winning, and he ended up coming home late. But Kathy was enraged. He came home and she like burnt all his shoes, all his clothes, and then she hit him over the head with a frying pan. David tried running to the neighbor's house for help, and he ends up collapsing in front of their home, like in their yard. They end up calling the cops. Turns out he fractured his skull, or she fractured his skull. It's like he won the dart game, but man, he lost like everything else in life, it seems like, at this moment. When the cops asked Dave, like, hey, do you want to press charges on Kathy? She was like very apologetic and whatever, and he decided, no, I'm not gonna press charges. You know, she was pregnant, and she's like, I'll do better, I promise. You know, it's the hormones. Wrong. Untrue. Not what's gonna happen at all. Not too long after this incident, Kathy gives birth to a daughter. She names her Melissa, and as soon as she gives birth, David leaves her for another woman. He's probably just was waiting for the birth. I mean, this is my speculation. Like, he was just like, okay, let her have a safe birth. Now that the baby's born, I'm out. Well, what do you think Kathy does when he leaves her? Guess. Okay, if you guessed that she took her baby in the stroller and started walking up and down the street, violently shaking the stroller from side to side, you are correct. That's what she did. She was doing this in such a way that it started to attract attention, and people on the street were calling the cops, saying, like, this woman is violently shaking her stroller and there's a baby in it. So they come and they end up taking Kathy and doing a psychiatric evaluation on her. They determine she has postpartum depression, and they put her in. They check her into a mental health facility. She stays there for a few weeks and then she's released. As soon as Kathy is released, she goes and she gets her daughter Melissa and she takes her to the fucking train tracks and puts the little 2-month-old,
of course,
on the train tracks and leaves. She steals an axe after this and she starts walking around town yelling, threatening people that she's going to kill them with this axe. Again, people notice and they call the cops. The cops come and they take her and they put her in the same facility she just got released from. She stays there only overnight and then she's able to sign herself out. They don't know that she put the baby on the train tracks at this point. They're being called because she's doing this weird stuff with the axe. They don't know this yet. Meanwhile, the baby's on the tracks, right? So a homeless guy, he's like a local man, he's known as Old Ted. He happens to see this infant on the train tracks. I'm sorry for yelling. And they say that there was a train minutes from hitting her, and he grabs the baby and basically like rescues her and takes her to safety. I told you Kathy got released the next day. When she gets out, what do you think she does? She gets her knives from her very special butcher knife set.
Of course she did.
Whatever. I ruined that. And she starts slashing people. Like she starts going out on this rampage essentially. And she slashes this woman in the face and tells this woman to get in the car, like her own car, and drive her, Kathy, to Queensland where she wants to see her husband. And so the woman's like literally got slashed and is driving. And then Kathy tells her, we need to make a stop at this mechanic. Why? Well, this mechanic, he fixed David's car, which allowed David to leave her, to get in a car and leave her and go be with this other woman. So she wants to kill the mechanic for fixing his car. Then she's going to go to Queensland.
I forgot I had music going like all day yesterday and I turned the volume down and I forgot. I'm so sorry, guys. There we go. So we're going to turn it up.
Where David is, and she's going to kill him, and then she's going to kill his mom, because why not? That's the plan. Well, when she pulls up to the mechanic, the woman who has been slashed and is driving, she takes the opportunity to escape. She runs and she calls the cops. She calls the cops and she tells them what's going on. Meanwhile, Kathy's on her rampage. The next thing we know is when cops find her. What do they find? They find that Kathy has kidnapped someone else. Now it's a young boy, and she has him with a knife to his neck, and she's like, holding him hostage. And the cops, do you know what they're doing? They get broomsticks and they're smacking her. A bunch of cops are smacking her with the broomsticks to try to get her to like drop the knife so they can snatch the boy and capture her and defuse the whole situation, which they do with the broomsticks. Again, they send Kathy back to the same hospital. And they're like, hey, you're back so soon. At this point, the hospital calls David. And they're like, so your wife, she is going through something. And we think you should know about it. And they basically tell him the situation. And he decides, you know what? I think I should take my mother and I should take her with me and go visit Kathy. That's what I should do. And he ends up feeling bad for her and deciding, you know what? I shouldn't have left. I'm going to take my wife and my mom and our daughter, and I'm going to move to another town and start fresh, and we're all going to live together. The happy family that Kathy is trying to kill everybody there. Then in 1980, Kathy has another child, and it's a daughter. She names her Natasha. And then a few years after she gives birth to her second daughter, Kathy decides she wants to leave David. Why? Because she found someone else. The timeline's a little bit tricky. It seems in some articles there's overlap in this relationship. In other articles there is no overlap, so I'm not sure. But basically shortly after or during the end of her relationship with David, she meets this new guy who's also called David, by the way. We're going to call him Saunders, though. His name is David Saunders. I'm going to call the second guy Saunders. Saunders, he works in the mines. Okay, he's a miner. After a few months of them dating, she asks him to move in with her and her daughter, and he does. And guess what? Kathy is back to being Kathy. It was like this cycle where Kathy would accuse Saunders of cheating, Saunders would deny it. She would say, get out. She would kick him out of the house. Then he would leave, and then she would go back and find him and beg him to come back, and then rinse and repeat. Same
Because nobody can stand her. She's like a sociopath.
One day,
and nobody can stand
takes it
her.
up a notch. Saunders got a puppy. Yes, a little puppy. And what did Kathy do to this puppy? You're going to need a trigger warning here. If you don't want to hear about things with animals, and especially puppies and stuff like that, skip. Skippity-doo-dah, skip. Okay. What she did was she grabbed the puppy and slit the puppy's throat in front of Saunders and basically told him, if you cheat on me, this is what I'll do to you.
His dog's throat.
Was the dog dead?
It was a plain cut, they say.
So she's a puppy killing bitch, which to me is like right up there with puppy. After she did that, she then smacked him
She's
over
a
the head
puppy
with a
killing
frying pan,
bitch.
which is like on par for her. So it's like at least she's
Ooh,
consistent.
sniper rifle.
Instead of leaving Kathy, Saunders decides to have a baby with her. Yes, I don't know what kind of voodoo magic stuff she's got on them, or what kind of tricks she can do. I don't know. It's something, because this makes no sense. Now that Kathy is pregnant again, Saunders decides, okay, you know what? I'm going to step up. I'm going to put a down payment on a newer, bigger home. We're going to move into this bigger home, start this family together, everything's going to be good. And it wasn't. Something happened that caused David to leave for good and never come back. What could have been worse than the puppy side? I'm going to tell you. He went out with his friends for drinks. He came home later than she thought he should have, or maybe that he said he would. And so she hit him over the head with a frying pan, of course, but then she grabbed some scissors and started stabbing him in the stomach. And that is when he freaked out, saw the blood, panicked, ran out of the house, started looking
the
for
scope
help,
is
going
so
to the neighbors and
bad.
stuff like that. And that is when he truly ended things with her. But the thing with Kathy is, she's going to move on. She's not going to sit and cry and be like, where is he? She's going to move on. And she did with a new guy. This guy is called John Chillingworth. And what happened to him
Chillingworth.
Chillingworth. John worked at the abattoir, was an alcoholic, which apparently are the two prerequisites for being with her. Guess what? Kathy's pregnant again. Then she did something that really upset him to the point where he became physical with her. And that was when she took his glasses off of his face and she smashed them. And then she took his fake teeth out of his mouth and she smashed them.
Wow.
And so he was standing there, blind and toothless.
The fake
and
teeth
went into a
really?
rage and attacked her physically. And they get into this fight. A few years into their relationship, John decides that he wants to get sober. And he does. He joins AA. And it's after that Kathy gets bored with him. She's like, this is so lame. We don't even stab each other anymore. John gets sober and leaves with his life and limbs. What they said is that she cheated on John with
We don't even stab each other
John
anymore.
Price, aka Pricey, the one I was telling you about from the beginning. The one she's going to kill and
This is so boring. Dark subject matter
So,
aside.
according to everyone who knew Pricey, they all said he was a
This is so boring. We don't stab each other anymore.
And they said he was generous, he was kind, quick to help a friend in need. He was really popular in the local scene, everybody liked Pricey. The relationship between Kathy and Pricey started off great.
Pricey.
Which all her relationships do. Very heavy on the sex in the beginning. That's like a big thing. I think that's really what keeps the guys around longer than they should. Is the whole, like, you know, crazy girl that's like really good in bed. You know, that whole like stereotype? I think she fits that and they fell for that. They just didn't realize, like, actually she's going to kill you. They because after a few years, Kathy feels like Pricey should pop the question. Like, they should be married. You know, she is a traditional woman. Pricey doesn't really want to get married. So they kind of are at a crossroads here. Pricey was like, no, I am not going to marry you. And Kathy was pissed. Again, when she gets mad and she starts plotting revenge, she goes for the jugular. Okay? So what does she do? She starts recording all around the house, Pricey's house, all these things. These are items that she claims he stole from his job. So she films them and then she sends it to his boss and she tells the boss, like, this is stuff that John Price stole from the job. The truth is that these are items that were actually in the garbage of the job. Like, he did bring them back from the job, but these were items that were discarded that would have gone in the trash.
Yeah.
And he just decided to take them and make use of them. She makes it seem a different way. The supervisors believe her, don't want to hear it, and they fire Pricey from a job that he had held for 17 years. Like, when he lost this job, it was devastating for him. Kathy and Pricey were living together when she did this. And although he didn't want to marry her, they hadn't broken up. But after she did this, they did break up. He was done and he kicked her out of the house. And so now she was really pissed. She even told someone, quote, I am going to kill Pricey and I'm going to get away with it. I'll get away with it because I'll make out I'm mad. At this point, Pricey tells all of his friends and everyone in his life about Kathy and what she did to him and like complaining about her and everything. And everyone's like, oh my God, she's awful. I've heard about her, dude. Like, watch out. She's crazy. But then 2 months after this incident, they get back together.
Of course.
When Pricey tells his friends,
he likes
his friends are
crazy.
actually pissed. They're like, what? You got back together with her? So they refuse to hang out with him if she's going to be around. Like, it creates a distance between him and his friends getting back with Kathy, but he does it anyway. As usual, okay, things are good in the beginning, but eventually Kathy starts getting pissed, accusing him of cheating, getting jealous, getting violent, and it culminates in an incident where she stabbed Pricey in the chest, and although it wasn't fatal, it left a scar. Remember this for later. This happened in February of 2000. This is the month before Pricey's going to die. Pricey dies in the wee hours of the morning of March 1st, 2000 and the late night of February 29th. It's somewhere between there. So this is the month of his death that she stabs him. After Kathy stabbed Pricey, he kicked her out of the house again. Or at least he tried to kick her out of the house again. She had come back in afterwards. This time she refused to leave. Not only did she refuse to leave, but she was telling him that she wanted him to give her the house, to put the house in her name, or at the very least, put her name on it as well as his name. But she basically wanted like the house or part of the house. And he was like, no, this is my house. I barely no. She was very unhappy with that. And this is when people think she started to plot his murder. And she refuses to leave. She actually said, quote, you'll never get me out of this house. I'll do you in first. And she said this in front of us. So Pricey then contacts the cops because he's like, she won't leave my house. And they tell him, listen, you know, she's been here for a while, blah, blah. You're going to need to go through the courts to get her out of your house. We can't tell her to leave right now. So there's all this tension in the home because he wants her to leave. She won't leave. She's telling him she's going to kill him. All this shit. It ends up culminating in yet another violent incident between Kathy and Pricey. And this time it was an altercation. There were no knives involved. And Kathy was left with visible bruises. And so she decides to immediately go to the doctor and make sure that these injuries are recorded. And even the notes that the doctor wrote said she wasn't interested in any type of treatment for their injuries, just that they were recorded. So I want to read you the quote from the doctor. It says, on examination, he found 3 bruise marks on the prisoner's right breast, consistent with finger marks, as if someone had grabbed the breast firmly. He also found a small bruise on her left conversation at about the jawline. As the doctor commented, the consultation was fairly brief. She seemed to be mainly concerned that the injuries were recorded. At this point, Kathy has made several threats on Pricey's life and just on Pricey in general that other people have heard. She said, if you leave me, I will cut your balls out. Now it's the next day, which is the day of the murder. On this day, Pricey actually goes to the courthouse to try to get a restraining order on Kathy. The day that he gets killed, he tried to get a restraining order against her.
Wow.
Kathy has a whole ass plan going, okay? She gets a camcorder from her twin sister's home, and she starts recording her children at this playground. According to the court documents, they said that there was some crude and inappropriate remarks that she made on this home video, and that she also kind of was talking like she was going to die soon, like she mentioned her will, like things that who she's going to leave stuff to. And then she also said, quote, I love all my children and I hope to see them again. Then she went and she purchased some black lingerie. Then from there, she takes her kids out to dinner, which is not typical. And like she says, I want it to be special. And her daughter, the oldest one from like her
because she knows,
her, quote, I hope you are not going to kill Pricey and yourself. While all this is happening on the 29th, Pricey is at work on the 29th, and he's telling his coworkers about what is going on. Like, I just had to get a restraining order. She tried to stab me again. And they're telling him, like, you need to leave. Why are you going back to that house if she's still there? Like, this is crazy. And then he tells them, he's like, it's because of the kids. I can't leave the kids with her. She's going to do something to them. I have to go. So then he tells them, hey, if I don't come into work tomorrow,
I'm dead.
It's because she killed me. So he leaves work and he goes home. When he goes home, he finds out that the kids aren't there. Turns out Kathy left the kids with her eldest daughter, Natasha. Kathy isn't home either at this point. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to go to the neighbor's house and hang out there for a while. So he goes to the neighbor's house and he hangs out until 11 p.m. He comes home at 11 p.m. and he goes to sleep. After he goes to sleep, Kathy shows up. He's still asleep at this point.
Oh
she sits
my
down on the
God.
couch and she watches TV. And then
she's thinking about killing him.
Puts on that new black lingerie she bought. She wakes Pricey up. They have little sexy times. He goes back to sleep. And then the next thing he knows,
fucks him before she kills him.
Awoken by stabs from a knife from Kathy. The next morning at 6 a.m., neighbors notice that Pricey's truck is still at the house. And at this time, he would usually be at work. So they're like, that's weird. Also, his coworkers at his job are noticing that he has not showed up for work today. And remember, he just told them the day before, if I don't show up to work, she killed me. So they send one of his coworkers to his home.
They're like, did she kill him? They're like kind of half joking. They're like, did she kill him last night? And then they find out that she did.
This is the blood, right? Is knocking, calls the cops, and that is where we get back to where we were in the beginning of the video when I told you that they saw.
Why am I constantly reloading?
Now we're back
God damn it, you're so annoying.
Earlier, before this whole ass backstory, was telling you that she was unconscious. Kathy was. They put her in the ambulance. Well, now she's awake. And police want to question her. So they bring her in for an interview. Soon as they start asking Kathy questions.
Goddamn drone.
No, that's crazy. I don't remember anything. What? Head in. Roasted buttocks. No. They're like, so what do you remember, ma'am? And she's like, well, I just remember, having a sexy time with him. And then the next thing I remember is waking up here in the hospital. I don't remember anything else.
I don't remember anything.
Do you recall yourself going to bed?
Slightly.
Although Kathy maintains that she doesn't remember anything, there are several things that show to investigators and the doctors that she's faking her amnesia. And that is that sometimes she mentioned things that were in the window of time that she claims she doesn't remember. Not about the murder, but about like a medication that she took. Because come to find out, she had taken medication and tried to unalive herself. That's why she was unconscious. and she was remembering parts about that to answer
Because
to
she
the
knew it
doctors,
wasn't right to
and
kill
this
him.
is within the
She's
window
a
of time that
psycho.
she doesn't remember. Also, there's like a whole pattern as to how amnesia works and what you remember and don't remember. And according to the experts, her amnesia did not fit that pattern. So they think it's also very convenient that the only things she doesn't remember are the incriminating things. So they think she was faking it. As for her attempt to take her own life, the investigators think she faked that too. They said that her toxicology or whatever, like they did a blood test on her and they found that the amount of medication that she had in her system was nowhere near enough to kill her, that this was medication she actually took regularly, that she knew the effects of in the dosage, and she took a totally normal dose that wouldn't do anything to her. The fact that she was unconscious or pretending to be unconscious, they don't even know at this point. Just the whole thing seems like a big ass, fake ass production of horrific shit. Kathy is denying knowing anything, denying doing anything. It seems like she's going to plead not guilty and this is going to go to trial. So they start to do like psychiatric evaluations to see if she is fit for trial and all that. And that's when she starts talking to this psychologist. And this psychologist said that Kathy was sane, although he did diagnose her with borderline personality disorder, but he said that doesn't mean that she doesn't know what she's doing is wrong or she didn't understand what she was doing. No, she's totally sane and knows what she's doing is wrong, but she also just happens to have borderline personality disorder.
Of course.
Then also they talk about this movie that she kept referencing when she was talking to the psychologist. It's this movie that she has on VHS called Resurrection. And it is this very graphic, gruesome movie that shows like murder and the same things she did, like skinning and hanging on the meat hook and decapitating, like all the shit that she did was in this movie. And then she had like snuff films and stuff like that. So the whole thing seemed like she had seen this, was like motivated to do something like this, and then he pissed her off and then she decided to do this thing to him. Like it seemed premeditated, not like all of a sudden she snapped, had a mental break and did this crazy shit and doesn't remember it. No, this seemed planned. So while Kathy is saying she doesn't remember anything and they're talking to the psychologist and stuff, they're conducting their investigation, and what they found in this investigation was awful. Like what really happened. Okay, again, I'm going to warn you, this is going to get really graphic with the descriptions in terms of what I'm going to tell you. Pricey was stabbed at least 37 times. It appears that he was stabbed at first while he was sleeping, and then he woke up and was facing her and was getting stabbed while he was trying to defend himself. And then, according to the blood evidence, he got up and started running towards the hallway, which was dark. And based on the smeary blood print on the light switch, it shows that he tried to flip the switch, turn on the light in the hallway, and it was during this time where she started stabbing him again and he lost blood in that area. Then he continued to run and she continued to chase him and stab him. And then from the blood evidence, it shows that he actually managed to get out of the house, but then was dragged back in based on the blood that was on the outside of the door. And then it seems like he fell and collapsed right in the front area of the home, because that's where there's this really large pool of blood, and that is where they say he died and bled out essentially. And then it shows the blood evidence that he was dragged after that into this area in the home that they call the lounge room. And it was there where Kathy started to basically skin him. She took everything off except for a tiny piece of skin on his chest. And remember when I told you earlier to remember that she stabbed him and it left a scar? Okay, see, I reminded you, you didn't really need to remember. She skinned him and the only piece of skin she left was the scar that she left from stabbing him earlier. This bitch is crazy. She proceeds to hang it, the skin, and then she decapitates him and she slices off his buttocks. And then she goes to the kitchen. She starts peeling vegetables and roasting pumpkin and baked potato, making him was saying that. But she did leave a note accusing him of that. And it now places her feet and she gets napkins and she sets them on the table. She puts name cards with her adult children's names on them and a note. And the note says this: "Time got you back, Jonathan, for rapping." I think she meant to say Howarding. "My daughter, you to Beck, Price's daughter, for Ross, for little John, his son. Now play with little John's DICK, John Price." And they say that these accusations that he was doing this to all the children were groundless, that she just was saying that. But she did leave a note accusing him of that. What was really, really freaking creepy about this is just the handiwork, the very proficient handiwork that she had because of her work as an abattoir. And so this is the quote from the court documents. This was how what she did was described in court. It says, "This was carried out with considerable expertise and an obviously steady hand, so that his skin, including that of the head, face, nose, ears, neck, torso, genital organs, and legs, was removed so as to form one pelt. So expertly was it done that after the post-mortem examination, the skin was able to be re-sewn onto Mr. Price's body in a way which indicated a clear and appropriate, albeit grisly, methodology. One small segment was left in place, the skin on the upper left chest." And that's the scar skin that I told you about. After she served that meal and set it on the table, she then put his head in a pot with water and cabbage and zucchini and boiled that. Then she took what remained of Pricey's body and she positioned him in this weird position where she like crossed his legs, propped him up, and then had
Psycho
wrapped around a 1.25-liter soda bottle that was empty. And that was the position that she had him. There's also a third plate of the buttock that was thrown.
She was crazy.
Into the yard, and they don't know if this plate of food was for the dogs, like because they had a dog that she threw it for the dogs, or that she herself tried to eat it and couldn't stomach it and then threw it out. They don't know. But in any case, that was the evidence. After she did all that, she took Pricey's ATM card and withdrew $1,000 out of his account. Then she
she robbed him
and passed out in an attempt to take her own life, and that's when the cops showed up.
Wow.
The rest of the story. Now that I've given you all the evidence, all of that, all the backstory, now it's time for the trial. At first, Kathy pled not guilty. Then when they had this like preliminary hearing where they were like selecting members for the jury and they were showing them the evidence and some of the crime scene photos were shown to these potential jurors, 5 jurors asked to be removed from the case. Like, we can't handle it, like just from the pictures alone. Then when it was time to move on and there was this hearing, her lawyer had some mysterious illness and then the trial had to be postponed another few months. And then suddenly after that, Kathy seems to have some change of heart and pleads guilty. And then it was like, okay, she's guilty, so now it's time for the sentencing. Kathy's lawyers tried to plead insanity and do that, but all the psychiatrists were like, no, she's not insane in the legal sense. Like, bitch is crazy, but she's not legally insane. It's so crazy how like sometimes the people who do the thing can't stand to hear or be faced with what they've done. You know, I hate shit like that. Like zero accountability. She couldn't handle hearing the evidence of what she did. And her lawyers tried to like get her excused from being able to do it, and the judge refused. I'll read you the quote. Okay, it says here, at the sentencing hearing, Knight's lawyers requested that she be excused to avoid hearing some of the facts, but the application was refused. When Timothy Lyons took the stand and described the skinning and decapitation, Knight became hysterical and had to be sedated.
There was one time, and I believe it was when it was either they were describing the crime scene, or it might have even been the crime scene tape, where she started rocking violently backwards and forwards and wailing and falling on the floor and really carrying on a treat.
It's crazy. It's like you can't regulate your emotions that are a reaction to the behaviors and the actions that you committed because you can't regulate your emotions. And now that you're faced with it, you can't even regulate the emotions of sitting in the shit that you did. Like,
nope.
Grow the fuck up. What? Oh my God. I feel like, what was that? I don't know what. Sorry, I just got really upset right there. When it was time for the judge to sentence Kathy, the sentence was actually historic. It was the first time that a woman in Australia had been sentenced to life in prison, never to be released, which is like their way of saying no parole, without parole, meaning never to be released. Pretty clear there. So that was historic. Apparently that's never happened in Australia before Kathy. And the crime...
They started killing their killers.
A historic, harsh sentence. You know what I mean?
Because they're crazy.
But she tried to appeal on the grounds that the sentence was too harsh. Girl, what you did was too harsh. The buttock on the plate is too harsh.
Yep.
The knife in my ribs are harsh. The knife in my back is harsh. Apparently she had a really hard time even getting to the point of filing an appeal because no lawyer wanted to take her case, and they were like trying to find grounds, and that was the only one they could come up with. And
it's all those horror movies. Denied. It's all that Reddit and horror movies and internet bullshit. All that shit, all that desensitized. I know, because I used to have I used to favor watching USA Network at, like, you know, from midnight till like 6 in the morning or whatever, like 4 in the morning. And they would show horror movie after horror movie after horror movie. And it would take 4 hours to watch a horror movie, and there'd be like 2 a night or something like that. But for years, I would just watch horror movies just like all day long. They're bad. You end up kind of hating humanity because you're like, oh, all the actors in the horror movies are fucking terrible, and all these movies are terrible. And then, like, life is just this thing where some serial killer comes and kills you or whatever. And it's weird. Horror movies warp you. I swear to God. Like, it's okay to watch one once in a while. And there's been some really good ones. But, you know, like, I would keep it to that. I would not watch horror movies all of your goddamn life. That's going to turn you into a goddamn psycho really quick. Like, really quick. It'll probably take about 10 years. If you watch, like 1 to 2 to 5 or 10 horror movies a day for, like, 5 or 10 years, you will go full-blown psycho, and you will need to be... Like, I don't know, I'm not saying it's, like, certain, but I'm saying, like, you will want to be, you know, Jason Voorhees at that point. You will want to be. You'll be like, oh, my life's boring because I'm not some psycho killer or whatever. That's probably what happened to her. It's the same thing with the internet. They watch all these, like, mankind watches all these crazy hentai fucking tentacle porn fucking videos and stuff. And they do it for years and years and years. And then they kind of get bored that their real life isn't like that. And then they need to make it like that. And that's the problem with this lady. She probably watched a lot of Texas Chainsaw Massacre and decided that was probably the most horrible one of the whole lot. And then she just made it a reality. And that's what happens when you make, like, fucking horror movies your fucking personal life. It is weird. That is a psycho thing to do, too. It's, like, kind of psycho. And I swear, like, you know, if you look at nature and nurture, if you're nurtured by horror movies your whole life, there was this point when I was like 22, and I realized that 10 years had gone by, and I had been watching fucking horror movies on USA Network from, like, you know, 10 p.m. until like fucking 4 in the morning or something like that for like 10 years. And it didn't do anything to me because they censored everything, and it was boring. It was frankly boring. There was more terrible horror movie plot than there was killings. And when they showed the killings, the only thing that they would ever show is the psycho killer approaching. That was it. They wouldn't show the blood or the gore or the kill shot or anything like that. They would just show the psycho killer approaching and then a dead body afterwards. You know, about as much as they could get away with, and they would censor the whole bit. But I mean, you know, it was still like a rush to watch horror movies when I was young. So I did. I watched a whole bunch of them. Eventually, I was just like, I'm done with censored fucking like horror movies when I was like 22. And I like, you know, and my friends were all into watching the craziest fucking horror movies like together. Like they showed me like Last House on the Left, which is like a crazy Wes Craven film from the 80s that mostly just like showcases rape, basically. There's like, you know, like all the fucking weird like John Waters films that they showed me that desensitized me. They're like I don't know, like there was all the fucking internet stuff that they wanted to look at for some reason. And yeah, it did desensitize me. It didn't warp me or make me a psycho, but I just became more and more sensitive to this idea that loss of innocence actually does fuck you up. It like fucks you up. It turns you into this lady. It does. It doesn't matter. Oh, this is a storm, is it? Oops. Gotta leave. I could just leave, I suppose. And go up there. No, I think the cactuses and the aloe are the best way to get first aid meds. I know it. So in we go, in we go. And I will do some work on the inside while we do this. And like, so yeah, she watched horror movies and she lived like an Ed Gein life where she stuffed animals and fucking killed animals and, you know, and worked in the abattoir all of her life. And it fucked her up. I don't think mankind, I swear to God, it's weird, but yeah, if you're going to be a butcher, be like a butcher who owns a shop. And like like those killing floors where they slaughter all those cows and stuff and chickens and all that, I don't want anybody working in there longer than 2 years. I think certain jobs should have turnover, like natural turnover. Like I don't want somebody working in a slaughterhouse their entire goddamn life. I don't want that. It'll warp you and turn you into something different, which is fucking weird. Now, maybe that's what you like to do or whatever. I'm not saying you can't do it if that's what you want to do. But I mean, like, but I don't really want people working the killing floor at a slaughterhouse for longer than 2 years because I know it's going to fuck you up. It's kind of like those people who sit on Twitter and they, like, see desensitized, or they get desensitized to all the R-word stuff that goes on and all the terrible things that people try to post to goddamn social media all the time. Psychotic shit. And some of those people talk about how, like, you know, it basically breaks sex for them and they can't ever have sex again because they like get desensitized by all the terrible shit that people try to post to these social media sites. And they're like, what's your job like? And they were like, I watch, I basically watch what people post all day long, and like 1/10 of it I just bounce because it's all this terrible shit, and I don't have the time or the money or whatever to go chase the person that tried to link that stuff. I just kick it off of Facebook and stuff. Those people, they're like, this broke sex for me and stuff like this. I don't want somebody censoring Twitch or censoring YouTube or censoring social media platforms like Instagram or whatever, or TikTok, all of their lives. I don't want them doing that for longer than like a year because I know what it does to you. It's kind of like people who clean up crime scenes. They can't do that their whole lives either because it fucks you up. And so like it's like that thing. It's like all things in moderation. This lady, she just streamed in. She was like a psycho to like born with. She was probably well, not born. She was probably made. She was probably made by her family. She was probably made into a psycho by her fucking family, and like and then she watched horror movies her whole life. And I know because I kind of had an inclination to do that myself, but I stopped when I was like 22 because I was like, nothing is ever entertaining anymore. I kind of feel like some kill shot has to happen for anything to be entertaining because I only watch horror movies and stuff. So I just stopped. I was just like, show me. I asked my mother, I was like, show me something better. And she was like, oh yeah, there's all kinds of really good Oscar films that are really good. And, you know, and she did raise me on good, on good films. You know, she raised me on good films. But, you know, she wouldn't do horror. My mother wouldn't do horror films. She thought they were kind of lowbrow and definitely, like, did things to you. And I've come to the same, you know, realization that, like, you can't make, you can, like, I feel the same way with video games. I don't think you're supposed to do video games 14 hours a day for all of your life. So I didn't. I mean, I do now. Because I'm like building building something, but I mean there has to be a reason for you to do that. Like there's no reason to play video games all of your fucking life. It warps you and fucks you up. It like definitely does. And I know it. So I did not spend my life doing this. There were periods in my life, like when I was like 33, where I was like, nope, I have recessed into the fucking digital world, like some kind of like some kind of Ghost in the Shell. And I care more about what happens in games than I do in the real world and all this stuff. And I knew that I had gone too far and I'd done too much of it, so I just didn't do it for like 7 years. So then coming back to it when I was like 39, from the age of like 32 until I was like 39 and stuff, I just chased women and worked and tried to build some kind of job or some kind of like, you know, nest egg or some kind of skill set or some kind of work career thing so that I'd never have to worry about money ever again. I failed horribly because I don't work well with others. I only work well with myself. And, like, you know, I failed horribly at this, but I did try for like 7 years. I didn't play a video game. I didn't own a console or anything like that. So coming back to it, I think I got a really negative fucking, like, a negative assessment from my community and my trolls and all these like, people and stuff. They're like, I was doing this too much or that I was fat and this is all I ever did. But no, I mean, the God's honest truth is I spent 7 years and I didn't own a console. I didn't play a video game. I played, like, Hearthstone and Final Fantasy XI on my laptop at the coffee shop, and occasionally I would play other stuff like Dragon's Dogma and stuff on like a weekend on a Saturday for like 2 hours and stuff like that. But I mean, I was more interested in banging the girls at the coffee shop than I was, like, you know, in video games. So like coming back to it all day long, every day for years, that's okay to me because I did stop doing it for like 7 years. Now the reception that I got was probably different. They're like, oh, Fatty just plays video games all day. But I mean, no, like, motherfucker, my life was not like that. My life was just not like that. I worked every day for years and years and years and years and years. Yeah, sure, that's what my life is now. But I mean, it's, you know, but like, no, but that's not what it was for like fucking 22 years or something like that. 26 years. My life was not like that, you know. I played a lot of video games, yeah. But I mean, I did a lot of other things too. Like build a band, you know, work, travel all over the world, like not all over the world, but like like traveled a bunch of the world. You know, I had a lot of different circles. I had a lot of different people, a lot of different like girlfriends and stuff. And it's just weird. It's like, you know, I didn't do this like full time for a long time, you know. So now, like, I don't know, like the shame thing that I was expected to feel, like I was expected to feel shame by my community because I feel like I like because I do this all the time, I'm supposed to feel shame. But I mean, no, I didn't do this all the time, my whole life. This is like my retirement. And I feel like I got a lot of shame and some stream sniper bullshit and some assholes who thought that they would just pass judgment on me. When it's like, motherfucker, you didn't know me until I was 39. You don't know the things, how many times the cops chased me, how many girls I've fucked. It's been like 36 or 37 or something like that. Does that sound like somebody who just sits around and does nothing, plays video games all day and is a loser? Or like, I don't know, like the many court cases, the many places I've lived, the many states that I've lived in, the many jobs that I've had, the college education. I'm about to go back to college. The protests, the marches, the drugs, the 4 years that I was a heroin junkie, the 13 years that I was a methamphetamine junkie. Like, does any of that sound like sitting around like a fatty playing video games doing nothing all day? No, not until I was like 39. Yeah, I'm retiring now. I mean, I retired like 4 years ago and I'm doing this full time, yeah, but I didn't do that till I was like goddamn 39 or something like that. So I was supposed to feel this shame that I feel shame in the human race that they want me to feel that shame. You know, I don't feel shame because I and my friends and everybody around me knows what life I lived. You know, like, I talked to my best friend about this summer. I was like, I'm supposed to feel shame because I sit around and play video games all day. And he's like, that must be nice. And I was like, it is nice. And he's like, but the shame isn't. And I'm like, no. And he's like, we know different, don't we? And I was like, yes. We know different, don't we? And I was like, yes. Like, they'll never know because they'll never be able to see the first, 30 years of my life. But I didn't start doing this till I was like 39. Now, I did play a lot of MMOs, and I got a basis in those places. But I didn't waste my life away doing just that until I was like 39 years old or something like that. So I got judged for a retirement. They think that I did this my entire life. No, motherfucker, no. I've saved some lives even. I've like physically saved people's lives before. Driven them to the hospital or carried them on my goddamn back. And I don't get that credit because the people aren't seeing that right now. I don't get that credit. Like the elderly man who I carried on my back to my to my taxi. It drove down the 5 at 110 miles an hour to St. Joseph's Hospital and shit in Bellingham. I don't get any credit for that. I'm just fatty who plays too much video games or anything like that. So, and I see the people that want to shame me all the time. They just want to shame me. They want to like attack me or make me feel worse or whatever. And I feel shame in them. You know, there's an Alice in Chains song about this called Shame in You. I feel shame in you. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel shame in me. I feel shame in you, right? When I waken and I'm aching, time for sleeping, yeah. When I'm saying time to go and I've been hurting, yeah. When I'm laying, I'm still trying, concentrating on dying, yeah. And you guys are like more focused on how much of a loser I am. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? You're right as rain, but you're wrong to blame, you know, but you're wrong to blame, you know what I'm saying? Agreed, my crime's the same as you, which is sitting around playing video games and doing nothing. But I mean, my sins I'll claim, give you back shed pain, go find a place for my own share, for my own shame, right? So you can deal with this thing unreal. No one made you feel any hurt, yeah? And I've never made another human being feel hurt. Not anybody that I can name. Not anybody that I can name. I've hurt people, but not anybody that I can name. I don't know their names. You know what I'm saying? Because there was just some rando who had a credit card, you know, that was covered by insurance. I don't have any victims or anything like this crazy lady, because I don't hurt other people or do bad things. I do bad things, but I don't do bad things to other people. And so then, like, this shame that I was expected to feel by complete fucking randos, I just feel shame in the human race, you know. Bodies moving, only proving that I survived it all and I'm still here. No one needed to move. No one needed to move the entire time. You didn't need to attack me or judge me or anything like that. You didn't need to do any of that. God or whatever, nature is going to suss that out anyways. Like, you playing God and trying to judge me for some life that you assumed I lived, or because I'm fat or something like this. It's weird. Still believing yet mistaken, all God's children. Yeah, you're not God's children. You're trying to play God and judge people. It's fucking weird. You're not God's children. You're evil. You're Satan's children. And I must say I was stupid. Selfishly she consumed, yeah. And you must change patterns, all we trained, or never regain peace you seek. Now you hear me for the things I see. Yeah, I believe in inner peace, yeah. And I just, you know, and I don't care what other people's experience is with that stuff. I believe in inner peace and I live that. I've never harmed a living thing. There's no reason for people to dislike me. I guess, yeah, I did some drugs and I stole some things, but I fessed up. I got acceptance from the people that I harmed, and like, you know, and judgment, and like, you know, what's the word? Like, I got right with my God or whatever. Like, I got right with them. And so like this weird thing about people online who think that I should be hated or treat me negatively or troll me or whatever. I'm just like, nah, man, you're Satan's child. You're the worthless piece of shit that I feel shame in you. You're the worthless piece of shit that tries to play God's job all the goddamn time, try to do God's job and judge people. That makes you the piece of shit. You're the piece of shit, you know? And so throw out, blow up, hold in, show fine, no signs, and grow blind. And so I show all the time the damage that the people do to me. I show fine, no signs, and I grow blind, right? So I don't hide it. I tell people exactly what I think of this particular stuff, you know, etc. And so, yeah, don't do too much horror movies, don't do too much video games, don't do too much sex, don't do too much fucking drugs, don't do too much music, don't do too much work, don't do too much, like, don't do too little. It's all about moderation, things in moderation, you know. And now I'm like in this place in my life where, like, you know, doesn't matter how crazy other people are around me. I've reached inner peace. You know, I don't think that you know, I don't think that I've come up wanting. I've figured out who I am as a man, and I'm happy with it. You know, it's not that hard.
The judge who denied
this person is somebody who built a personality off of horror movies because she didn't know who she was. These people, they never know who they are. Like, they never know themselves. They just kill people and do nasty shit. Particularly because they don't know themselves. They don't know that it's bad. They don't know how bad it is. It's like weird, you know? Now, how do I pull out this other one? Oh, that's my melee. Yeah, so you screwed this up again, right? Oh yeah, that's my melee. Yeah, Q is my auger. T is my sniper rifle, I guess, or melee, right? Yeah.
Bill said, quote,
No, I know how crazy I sound because all of this is like, you know, it's almost like VR training or something. It's like it's all of it is conjecture because it's never happened. Bad things have never really happened to me because I don't go courting bad things like this. I don't do bad things like this. I've done bad things in terms of sold drugs and shit like this, but I've never harmed people. You know, I've never made a person say ouch, you know.
This was an appalling crime, almost beyond contemplation in a civilized society. Accordingly, I would dismiss
You fed your dead husband, who you accused of being a rapist, who wasn't, of child rape, to his kids. I mean, I'll sum it up, and it is fucking crazy. It's really foul. It's further than a horror movie would have gone. It's fucking disgusting.
You think it's over, but it's not exactly over yet.
No,
because,
no.
Yes, life in prison.
No, I'm sure it's never over with these people.
She didn't die at all. In fact, she is like a celebrity within
of course
the local
not.
prison. They call her Nana, and she's like a top dog or a top boss, where she like resolves conflicts. They defer to her.
I'm sure.
She talks back when her room gets searched. Some of the officers let her get away with stuff because they don't want to deal with her mouth. And there was this other famous person in Australia. She was like a penthouse model who was married to some famous rich guy.
I remember hearing about this.
She got in trouble for tax fraud, and so she was sent to the same prison as
I remember.
Kathy.
Oh, really?
She says that she didn't know about Kathy's case, even though it was like super huge in Australia. And when she met Kathy and Kathy told her name and she didn't react, Kathy said, "Seriously? You don't know who I am?" They basically say that she is a very hard worker. She works making headphones at the prison for like a small amount of money, but she like does the best headphones and works the hardest and wakes up earliest and shows up and leaves last. And
I'm
just
sure.
really is trying to make the most out of it. They say she's a hoarder and is an artist and she paints art, but she doesn't sign it so that people can't profit off of the murder, but she does sell it for the prison. The prison is somehow profiting from her art that she makes and sells but doesn't sign. And it's just like this weird thing where they almost revere her because of how horrific her crime was. I guess in that world, that's how that goes. Also, although
it is.
Like she's really popular in the prison, apparently like she has nobody on the outside. They say
she killed everybody.
She doesn't even have anyone to call.
No.
One of the people
Who would she
like,
call?
It's really sad when it's phone call time because everybody's there and like talking to
Who
people.
would I
She
call?
just doesn't even.
I don't think my friends even like me. And it's not because I'm some psycho. It's because I just don't spend any time with them. I don't spend any time with my friends. I have a complete personality. I don't need other people. It's weird. Like, I'll just keep on running.
Get up and bother because...
Yeah, like, it's weird. When you're strong enough to not need people, that freaks people out. It freaks them out really bad. They're like, well, you just don't actually need anybody? You're that strong? Yeah, motherfucker, I'm that strong. Stronger than anybody else on this planet. Yeah. You know, it's weird. That I can relate to. I don't mean, like, not talking to people. I mean, like, being so strong that you don't need them. You know, like, full-blown don't need them, you know? You don't need them.
Who's she gonna call? And nobody's calling her. Nobody visits her. Nobody writes her. Nobody cares. And so she makes the whole world.
Nobody cares. I'm sure some people would visit me. I think in the first 5 years, but I think by the time if I were to go to jail right now, I would say probably by the age of 50, which is like some years, like 5, 6 years, 7 years. By the age of 50, I would definitely probably lose all my friends if I didn't talk to them. I swear to God. I mean, that's what's already happened because I don't talk to them. I mean, I do. I make the effort. I go and try and see them. But this is because I owe them. I don't think it's because I need them. You know, it's weird to be that fucking strong. But I was raised, like I was raised until I was I didn't have a friend till I was like 7 years old or something like that because it was just me by myself on a big piece of land with my parents in a 19th century like stone mansion, And I eventually went to school and made friends, but I mean, like, but I lived an hour and a half from anybody that I knew. So going over to my friend's house was like this thing that we would plan all week. And so I was a very solitary person all of my life. I was raised in a mansion where I had my room and then the outdoors, and I was alone most of the time. My father wanted this. He grew up in the desert. He thought that I should just grow up in the wilds of like New Jersey or like Arizona and just be this outdoor kid who learned how to live outdoors and just be by myself. And my mother just worked all the time because she was like a CEO. And so I was expected to be solitary, I think, for a lot more of my life than I was. And even to this day, I know that my mother has no issue with me not speaking to anybody because that's normal to her. Now, it's not normal to me, but it's normal to her. And I can't get away with it. As it is, I still travel back home every year to go see my aunt and my friends and my family because I can't get away with it. I can't get away with just being that solitary. Now, my mother can and has all of her life, I think. Yeah, since she was like, she's a very social, outward, like extroverted person who really is like very social and talks to a lot of people all the time. But in her personal life, it's very sparse, and there's like maybe a husband if she's lucky, and me. And I didn't live a life like that past the age of 13 or something like that until I was 39. And then, and a good 30 years passes. So then I go back to being like her, which is like holed up in this house with no friends, like no family, and not talking to anybody. And that's weird. But it is the natural state of affairs for me. It was the way that I was raised. And I see that in these people. I see that in these psychos who are going to jail all the time for killing people and stuff like this. I see a self-imposed like exile, and for me it was never self-imposed. I was raised this way. I was raised alone on a mansion till I was like, I don't know, until I was, yeah, we were like that. Even like I remember when I was like 12 years old, I would do stuff like on New Year's Eve, I would steal a bottle of sake because I knew that I was going to spend New Year's Eve alone, and it wasn't because I didn't have friends. It was because I always lived so far away from them because we lived in some mansion and was totally separated from them, usually by at least an hour. And so going and visiting my friends was like this whole thing that meant that either their parents or my parents would have to drive for an hour. And that's hard to do. And that weird, like self-imposed solitary life that my mother and my father favored, I have that in me. But I've never sought it out. And I find myself giving into it now where I'm just like, well, but I do better without them. I do better without the human race. But being solitary in that house, even with the spouse, you can still be so alone that you end up doing something crazy like this. And I know that the disconnect from the human race is what causes stuff like this. It's weird. And so I know that like my tendencies of pushing them away are unhealthy. And so I fight those all the time. I pull them back into my life. Like yesterday, I knew that my parents wanted to have dinner with me, but I knew that I was going to get drunk because I hadn't had any alcohol in like 2 or 3 weeks. So it's just like, I know I'm getting drunk on Sunday, and I know, and they hit me because they're shitheads. They are shitheads. They want me to feel shame or something like that. I feel this about most of the humans around me are shitheads who want you to feel shame about something. So they invited me to dinner because they knew that I was going to get drunk yesterday. So I showed up fucking wasted, and I showed them no shame, and I fought them with, I showed up and I fucking like, I fought with them about politics. I have angry texts to my parents last night and stuff where it's like, I'm sorry, I'll repeat what I said to them. I'll repeat what I said. At 8:00, okay, so anyways, so I was like, you know what I said to my mother on text? I like drunk texted my mother right? I was like, I've not had a political party since 2004. It hurts, and I'm sorry. That's like what I texted my mother last night at 8:20 in the afternoon, or in the evening, after I left dinner, because we probably had a fight, but I don't remember. I don't remember, and I don't think she remembers, and I don't care. But I mean, it is an example of the things I will say when I'm too drunk, but when I show up too drunk, and they thought I didn't have the gall or whatever. No, I'll show up too drunk. I don't do that often, but I mean, because they thought that I didn't have the gall to do it, I showed up wasted I showed up wasted. I did. I was like, as I left, I was like, well, I can just act like the phone isn't ringing, and I could just get my hamburger tomorrow, and I could just let this pass by, or I can show up and pretend like that I'm a normal person who gets drunk on a Sunday night. And I was just like, you know, but all my life I felt shame. All my life I felt shame. I felt like I had to hide that I was drunk on a Sunday night. I felt like all my life I felt like I had to hide that from my family or my friends. And there's this point now where it's like, nah, motherfucker, I'm full-blown almost 50 years old. I can get drunk on a Sunday night if I want. You know? There's this point, and all my life is expected to feel shame about who I was, or like the drugs that I've done, or the women that I've been with, or how many, or anything like that. Like, it's just weird. And it's like, nah, motherfucker, I feel shame in you for you feeling shame, but I don't feel shame myself. Not at all.
Like the prison. I mean, she's not leaving, so whatever.
Yeah, I do well in prison. I pretty much immediately was like, you know, like when I went to federal, the Mexicans were like, pray with us, and I was like, but I'm an atheist. And they were like, well, this is the time to change. You should pray with us. You know, we'll be insulted if you don't. And I was like, yeah. They were like, you know, what's your background? What's your ethnicity? And I was like, yeah, I'm about 25% Sicilian, 75% white. And I got some Native American Choctaw blood, and I've got, like, not much though, like 1% or something. And like I've got some, you know, some German and some French and some Spanish and stuff. And they were like, yeah, but you're primarily Italian. And I was like, yeah, I'm mostly Italian white. And they're like, pray with us. And I was like, I won't, because I don't feel identification with your God. And it took them days to drag it out of me, like 2 days. I was like, I don't feel identification with your God. I don't feel identification with your church. I don't feel identification with you. I don't feel identification with the other people in this jail. I don't feel identification. It took them like 2 days to drag it out with me. They're like, why won't you pray with us? Everybody prays with us when they get into federal prison. And they're like, you're lost. You need to pray. And I was like, no, I don't. No, I don't. And I'll be out of here in 13 days because I'm not like you. And they're like, you're fucking full of shit, boy. You're in federal prison. They got mad at me. They're like, we're close to beating your fucking ass because you won't join our Mexican gang. And I was like, I don't fucking care. I'm not joining the Mexican gang. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to be out of here in 13 days. Something. I told them, I was like, I'm going to be out of here within a week. And then they were like, this is federal prison. You're wearing the orange shirt. You're wearing the orange shirt. You're going to be in here a long fucking time. And I was like, no, I'm not. Because I'm special. I'm better than everybody else here. And I'm going to be out of here in a few days. And they're like, nobody loves you. Nobody's going to bail you out. Like, it was weird. The Mexicans stepped to me like this. They're like, nobody's going to bail you out. Nobody loves you. You need to pray with us. We're the only people in this jail that are going to accept you and all this shit. I was like, I'll be out of here in a couple of days. And they're like, you're the most Delulu person I've ever met. And I was like, no. You guys are Delulu. You're the ones who are going to be in here for 10 years. I didn't say this to them, but I was like, you guys are the ones who are going to be in here for 10 years. You're Delulu. I'm leaving this place. I didn't do anything. The fucking system has been attacking me all of my goddamn life, including this one. And when it finally gets to the court date, they're going to let me go. And they were like, Sonny, they kept calling me Sonny. They were like, Sonny, this is federal prison. You're not going to leave here. And I was like, bullshit, I'm not leaving here. I didn't do anything. And they're like, that's what everybody says. And I was like, but I didn't do anything. I was like, I am accused of assault, but I didn't lay a finger on him, and it's on camera. If they try and push assault with me, I'm going to pull. They were like, let's work on your case. And I was like, okay. There was this guy who tackled me 5.5 years ago on camera and assaulted me. Now, they filed an assault charge against me to protect themselves from an assault charge in court and to prevent from getting sued. But I mean, I have the video. I have the video of the man tackling me and smashing me into the concrete. I don't have a video of him, I don't have a video of me striking him. I have a video of him striking me. And they were like, "You're full of shit. You're lying. You're in self-delusion. They're like, you're self-deluded that you didn't." Like, I had these Mexicans fighting with me. And it was weird. They're like, "You're self-deluded. You believe that you didn't assault this guy, but you're up for assault. You're up for assault in federal prison. You wouldn't be this far if you weren't guilty." And I was like, "No, I'm not guilty." And the minute that it goes to court, I'm gonna eat the judge. I'm gonna eat the cop. I'm gonna eat the security guard. I'm gonna eat the Safeway. I'm gonna eat the insurance. I'm gonna slaughter him because I didn't do it, and I've got the video of me not doing it. And they were like, "Ha ha ha! Fine, you're obviously in denial." This is like literally how this conversation went. They were like, "Ha ha ha! You're in denial, son. We're young blood or whatever they kept calling me. I think they called me like young blood or some shit. They're like, "You're in denial. Fine. You want to fight this by yourself? Let's see how well that goes for you." And they left me alone for 13 days, and then I strolled out of federal prison because I didn't fucking touch that guy. He touched me. You know what I'm saying? I don't touch men. I don't assault men. I don't touch men. I'm not like that guy. I don't touch men. I don't want to tackle men for a job. I don't want to touch men. I'm sorry, but I don't. I've never touched another man in violence. But they pushed 7 false assault charges. And so right up in the federal Denver fucking jail, I'm telling them to their fucking face, they aren't sticking this one. I'll fucking kill them if they do. I told him right to his face. I was like, if they stick this one, I'll kill them. And they're like, "You're a psycho." And I was like, no, I'm not a psycho. I'm just innocent. It's actually different. When you're actually fucking innocent, you can threaten to kill them, and it doesn't make you feel like you're a psycho because you know that you're innocent, and you can probably kill them if they put you up for something you didn't do. And I used to say things to this, like to my best friends and shit. I'd be like, no, if I go up for this, I'll kill them because I didn't do this. You know, and my mother, I would say shit like that to my mother. I'd be like, "Yeah, if I go up for this, I'll kill them because I didn't do this," you know. and normal, sane people are like, "Get away from me, you're fucking psycho," right? But I mean, I'm not normal though. I had people threaten to throw me in jail for a really long time for no reason for shit that I didn't do. So I'm not normal. I'm not normal. No, I'm not normal. And as I told those Mexicans in the Mexican gang that try to push to break me in or whatever. To try to get, they saw a white boy who didn't identify with white people. And they were like, "Well, what's your race?" And I was like, "Well, if I had to identify with anything, I'm about a quarter Italian." But I was like, "Fuck white people, fuck," I didn't say any other races, but I was like, "Fuck white people and fuck anybody else like that." It was the message I gave them. I was like, "Fuck white people and fuck anybody who rolls with them either." You know what I'm saying? And they're like, "What? You're white?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm white. Yeah, don't call me white." And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Don't call me white, motherfucker. You never heard of NoFX? I'm a punker. I don't like white." Like, white is a weird, like, fucking word that they use to try to blanket a whole, like spectrum of race. And I'm sorry, don't call me white. I don't really identify with white people. I'm sorry, I don't really identify with white people. It is crazy. But see, every bit of damage I've ever received came from white people. This girl too. This girl who chopped up her husband and fed him to his kids. She didn't like trust me, all the white people in her life treated her like shit too. I guarantee it.
No, but like if I was like Pricey's, daughter or like sister or something like that, and she did that.
So you wonder where these people come from. It's like, well, if people treat you like shit your whole entire fucking life, you grow resentment issues and you end up doing crazy shit like this. Now, I had to get right with my resentment in jail. As I cried myself to sleep, I realized that there was like one human being on the planet who was going to help me, and it wasn't even my family. It was my best friend, because I had more faith in my best friend than I did my family. And my family wasn't going to help me with this. And I was like, I'm going up for an assault charge and I didn't actually do. Can you help me? And he was like, yes. And when I said it plainly to him, he understood I wasn't kidding. I was like, I'm going up for a federal assault charge that I didn't do. Will you help me? And he was like, absolutely. And he shelled out $1,300 and bailed me out of prison and paid $700 for a fucking lawyer. I still owe him $2,000 on that. But I've never made $2,000 besides being a drug dealer. And when I did, they shut me down. So like I never had the $2,000 to pay back my best friend for hiring that lawyer that one time to get me out of the false assault charge. But I mean, people who get false assault charges from the system and shit, they don't have any money. I don't have any money. They fucked me for a felony. I've been a deferred adjudicated felon since I was 17 years old. I'm not a felon, but I am deferred adjudicated, which means that I got my first felony conviction when I was 17 years old for driving with possession of ecstasy. When I was 17 years old. Does that somebody who should have a lot of hope in their fellow human beings? No. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No.
Him like.
So you wonder how these people end up like this? It's because everybody around them does them wrong all the time, fucked up, or they're just crazy. She was crazy, but oh, what the fuck? Oh, I'm standing on a fire. Yeah. Oops.
That bitch. I'm just saying. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. Do you have other good new stuff? Let's see. Let's search chronologically because her new stuff is even better than her old stuff. So what else do you have? Give me everything you've got. Give me everything you've got. I'm gonna watch everything that Nora Jasmine ever did. She's like my favorite fucking streamer. Uncensored, a literal man-eater. Yeah, so you can do this if you're members, but I don't. Oh my god. Uncensored, dead whistleblowers, tell no tales. Yeah, late night thoughts. Oh, late night thoughts. She looks sad. She looks sad because she's alone. You can see it. She's alone. She had somebody cheat on her or something like that. She had somebody cheat on her. I guarantee it. You can tell from the sad hotel bedroom where she's only tussled one side of the bed that she's sad and she knows it, so she showed us. I would do this sort of shot if I was going to do any sort of shot. Yep. She never smiles on any of these thumbnails. See it? There's a weird one. Oh yeah, we didn't pay attention to the Drunken Glory movement. Yeah, or the David Leavitt rabbit hole. Let's do the David Leavitt rabbit hole.
We are now learning more about the man arrested and
So I have to pee. I'm terribly sorry. It's 9 in the morning. You want to know why that lady was known for fighting men? It's because men fought her. It was the same as Eileen Wuornos. These women are pushed too far, and the reason that they're famous for fighting men is because men fight them.
In Utah County.
Hello, my name is David Hamblin. I am a priest.
Takes two to tango.
In a Native American church, even though I'm a white man. But Takuyasu.
Oh, white people doing this is really weird.
Attorney David Leavitt, who will not be allowed to prosecute the case.
He was my neighbor. I had a family connection.
Utah County Attorney David Leavitt is continuing to face criticism tonight from the public and legal community. He's accused of dismissing criminal charges against his friend and campaign donor.
Is it true that he donated to your campaign?
It is.
Is it true that the defendant served a mission with your brother?
He did.
Levitt explaining how he tried to broker a deal with a tribe in Montana, offering them the ability to export buffalo meat to Ukraine as part of a request he made at the same time to adopt the child.
So if we can form a bilateral agreement between the people of the Northern Cheyenne and the people of
Ooh,
Ukraine,
3 points.
to buffalo to Western Ukraine. The first reason why I'm here is this. We want to adopt one of your people.
Noel Angles is a former analyst with Homeland Security.
This is not how you adopt a child. This is how you procure a child.
He confirmed his team had been investigating sexual allegations against Levitt for several years.
If a man wants to program some little girl to give him oral sex anytime he wants to, start young and give rewards. I mean, it's... Unfortunately, I've never, it's the same way you help a child learn how to make their bed.
Today I want to talk about the David Levitt rabbit hole. It's so much worse than I thought. There's like all these twists and turns and connections. And if there ever was a video to wear a tinfoil hat, I mean, at one point it was like, I felt like that crazy meme with like, and this one in 2002, but then this one, his neighbor and his friend, they went to the same thing together. So I'm just going to give you the facts. And you decide for yourself what you think. So the last video that I did about off and night.
I can't breathe. I can't walk. People say that's not. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly. Exactly.
Or Nick Alldayerrydaybaby or Nick Rossi or whatever his name is. The prosecutor in the charges that he had in Utah is David Levitt. And when I was doing that video, I stumbled upon all these crazy things and allegations about the prosecutor in the case. And I talked about it for a little bit. And I was like, this is like, it's a whole different video on its own. And so that's what this is. Let me just start in the beginning. Question mark. Let us know in the beginning. The whole thing started on May 2022 when the Utah County Sheriff's Office issued a press release. The ensuing investigation discovered that other victims had previously reported similar forms of ritualistic SA and trafficking that occurred in Utah County. During the time between 1990 and 2010, portions of these allegations were confirmed. These allegations are being investigated by the Utah County Sheriff's Office in cooperation with other local and federal agencies. We are pleading with the public and encourage victims or individuals with knowledge of these crimes to contact the Utah County Sheriff's Office Special Victims Unit so that they can be offered all the assistance possible. We understand that there are individuals who have concerns for their safety and or well-being, who have been silenced. We need your help. Contact Utah County Sheriff's Office at 801-851-4010. So first, when this came out, people were like, what do you mean ritualistic? Like, what is this, satanic panic?
A ritualistic probably typically more would involve a group of people, an organized effort, providing victims to each other. I got this person here, you can take them, kind of a thing.
They also said that when they say ritualistic, they mean there's like a religious element to it. The crazy thing is not this, although it is. But what happened was the next day, David Levitt comes out with this press conference out of nowhere where he's like, I'm not a cannibal, I'm not a murderer. And everyone's like, nobody said you are. What are you talking about?
Now, the Utah County Sheriff's Office never named Levitt as a subject of their investigation, but Levitt this morning called the media to his office to hold a press conference to say that he believed this investigation was improper.
He announced he is not a murderer, a cannibal, or an abuser.
My wife and I
cannibal
were part of those allegations, alleging that we were guilty of cannibalizing young children and murdering young children.
He knew the details of who the victim was or who the suspect was, which we will find out later. It's David Lee Hamblin.
Men and women allege David Hamblin used positions of power to ritualistically abuse children.
He put his hands on my head and he gave me a priesthood blessing, asking his sperm to heal the cellular damage in my body.
He was arrested Wednesday morning, but investigators say he probably won't be the only one. Fox 13 News chose not to identify any of the subjects of the investigation, but that did not stop Utah County Attorney David Levitt from outing himself as a suspect and describing his relationship with Hamblin.
This therapist was my elders quorum president in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He posted deer to use for ritualistic purposes. He was my neighbor. I had a family connection.
In 2012, David Lee Hamblin and David Levitt were both accused in a crazy 150-page allegations that I read, that I have a high threshold for graphic SA type shit. And I had to take breaks. And there was I almost threw up in my mouth several times from what I read. It's insane, these allegations. Well, David Levitt and David Lee Hamblin were named, as well as 15 other people, for being in the Church of Satan, pretending to be LDS, but they're Church of Satan, and they do the most messed up shit to kids sexually. Then they kill them, they sacrifice them, rituals, crazy shit, right? So he was named in that in 2012. Now that case was dismissed in 2014, and I'll get into that. But that's not what the sheriff was talking about when he came out in 2022. But for some reason, David Levitt thought that they were bringing those charges back up again. And he thought that they were doing this, or at least that's what he said, because he was up for re-election and they wanted to take him down. It was politically motivated.
Why is it occurring 7 days before the ballots drop in my election? Those charges were dismissed by my predecessor because the allegations were so untenable and unbelievable.
So he comes out and he's these charges were debunked, and the sheriff should resign for misuse of funds for this investigation. He went off.
You want the sheriff to step aside as well as Sergeant Cannon. Do you think you need to step aside while this investigation plays out?
Absolutely not. The sheriff's office is using its position for political gain.
That same day, the sheriff, he does an impromptu press conference as well.
Levitt is using his authority and his pulpit to bully, distract, and mischaracterize the facts of an ongoing investigation.
We won't be intimidated by Mr. Levitt.
This is not a politically motivated investigation.
Do you think he should resign? He wants you to resign.
I'm not going to play that game with him, and I'm not going to stoop to kindergarten games with him.
David Levitt, when he was talking about the victim in the charges that he was accused of, in 2012, he was this person is tragically mentally ill.
These are victims of crime who have mustered the courage to come forward, and this is what we call them, is mentally ill, are victims of crime. How dare you?
He said tragically mentally ill woman 5 times to attack their mental health status as a way to discredit them, and it was clear that that's what he was doing, and that's just not okay.
He said Levitt's actions today may have now compromised their case.
Well, it turns out Nick Alldayerrydaybaby, Arthur Knight, the case that I talked about before, this little sneaky devil, while all this is going on, if you remember that video, he is being discovered, for not being Arthur Knight, for being Nick Alldayerrydaybaby, who faked his death and is on the run in Scotland for insane R-word charges over the years.
In 2020, Alldayerrydaybaby was charged out of Utah. That same year, a woman claiming to be his wife called several news outlets claiming Alldayerrydaybaby had died of cancer. Authorities say that was a lie.
We're just beginning to know some of the details about this man.
And he's got this website, and he's the one who brought up these charges from 2012 and put them online and was rehashing them. So David Levitt, who was the prosecutor in Nick Alldayerrydaybaby's case, was being targeted by Nick Alldayerrydaybaby. There's election very soon after this whole debacle of the press conferences. And the sheriff is supporting the guy who's running against David Levitt. All right, keep that in mind. So David Levitt's okay, you're supporting the guy who's running against me. And now all of a sudden, right before the election, you're talking about these charges. And he brought stuff onto himself that nobody really knew about. It's he shot himself in the foot in a major way. The thing that David Levitt said during that press conference was that they were so outlandish, these charges, they were debunked, and that the case was dismissed because it was just insane and ludicrous.
They dismissed it because
The evidence was so outlandish.
The thing is, that's not why the charges were dismissed. Turns out there's like audio recording.
There's a lot more that needs to be done with this case. And it's just not coming together. I'm getting assistance from DCFS, and then there's other medical records that we're having some trouble gathering. And a lot of it's due to just the age of this case. It's an extremely delayed disclosure.
That's the way records have been shredded, just because of the nature of the length of the time that's been on.
It was hard to find evidence. There was like shredded documents, like certain like child services or whatever was like not cooperating. Now you can decide for yourself, you know, what was the reason? Was it nefarious? But that's why. And it was dismissed without prejudice, which means that they could come back and charge later on. So if it wasn't that they were ludicrous and that's why they were dismissed. It's also important to mention that the prosecutor who dismissed these charges in 2014 was not David Levitt. Although David Levitt was not the one who dismissed those charges against Hamblin, he did dismiss other charges against someone who was accused of stalking a woman, and that victim sued him for dismissing those charges because there was a conflict of interest in the sense that this person donated to his campaign and was like, went on a mission with his brother.
Utah County Attorney David Levitt is continuing to face criticism tonight from the public and legal community. He's accused of dismissing criminal charges against his friend and campaign donor.
Is it true that he donated to your campaign?
It is.
Is it true that the defendant served a mission with your brother?
He did.
And like his brother personally had David Levitt take
his friend, he's just laughing.
The defendant prepared a fairly large binder of information, gave it to my brother, his former missionary companion.
He's laughing.
My brother.
Oh my
forwarded it on to
God.
me.
That's the most suspicious thing, the degree to which people were coming up to him and saying, hey, David, dismiss this case.
Levitt says the suspect reaching out did play a role in him taking on the case personally.
It certainly was one of the reasons.
He says another reason is the original prosecutor refused to drop charges against the suspect.
I said, you know, Lance, if you don't feel comfortable doing that, I'll take the case. I'll do it.
The victim says she now wants the criminal case to be tried outside of Utah County, but Levitt has refused.
Well, it's my case. It's not his case. It's my case.
And then there's this recording that the victim recorded with David Levitt where he's basically telling her that he wants to dismiss these charges against her stalker so that he would stop and that he would do his own form of justice.
I'm going to take matters into my own hands in Utah County, and I'm going to start dispensing my own form of justice.
What?
The only way to solve this problem might be
what?
call his lawyer and say, I'm going to give you an opportunity here to have you guy get off on this.
This recording was in 2014, by the way. Then, a few years later, in 2017, there was this other thing that happened, which is this adoption. So David Levitt and his wife, Shalom Levitt, which, by the way, she was also named in those allegations in 2012 as being a part of all this. Okay, this is wild, okay? They adopted a Native American girl. I touched on it briefly in my previous video where it was like they offered buffalo for the Ukraine to this tribe to adopt one of their people.
The video shows Levitt explaining how he tried to broker a deal with the tribe in Montana, offering them the ability to export buffalo meat to Ukraine as part of a request he made at the
Buffalo
same time
meat.
to adopt the child.
You rolling or not?
I think he's...
He wanted to adopt a child.
You can wait.
I can wait for what?
Aaron can wait. You go ahead. Let this story. I want to hear the
Anyway, so I go in, and the president of the tribe is in there, and I'm thinking, okay, what do you say here?
Is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Okay.
2 of our 7 children were adopted, and 5 were biological, and we had vowed that we would never adopt a Native American. There's such a prejudice in the Native community about a non-Native adopting a Native. I say to him, I said, I'm here for 2 reasons. I said, but before I tell you the second reason, I want to tell you a story. I said, there was, in World War II.
Then it highlights his close friendship with former Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko.
Victor and I have this goal. of introducing buffalo into Western Ukraine. I'm here to try and see if we can form a bilateral agreement between the people of the Northern Cheyenne and the people of Ukraine to introduce buffalo to Western Ukraine.
What?
The first reason why.
You are insane, you weird crackpot. You're insane.
The child's biological mother willingly gave up her parental rights, but the biological father did not.
I had secured a car seat through some fairly weird means.
No, you're just a child rapist. So you're trying to get a child however you can get it. It's weird.
This native baby. Finally, I just thought, forget this. I put the baby in the car seat, not buckled. Car seat wasn't buckled. I just thought, you know what? Just drove at it.
Basically, what happened is this. David Levitt's wife, Shalom, there was some sort of like program with the Mormon church where they would sort of foster Native Americans. There was a woman, Mary, who was Native American, and she grew up and was fostered by David Levitt's wife's family. So she
You finally let me change my title. Yay.
Levitt was her sister in a way, foster sister. But then she ended up leaving. She started having problems with like alcoholism. And then her daughter had the same issue with alcoholism, and she got pregnant and, was arrested, and that child was put in foster care. So the foster sister, of David Levitt's wife's granddaughter, are you with me? Her foster sister's granddaughter is the baby they ended up adopting. Then there was this podcast that was made, and then they contacted the Native American family of the child who was adopted and found out like the whole backstory. And there's like secret recordings of David Levitt talking to the family and them having disagreements about the adoption.
The family confronts David.
That's what I want to know. Why? Why should I let my niece be raised by you?
Soon after he got back to Utah with the baby, David stopped by Mary's house.
Tona calls the shots here.
Tona can't call the shots from being in the jailhouse.
This is a recording of that visit that was shared with us. David tells Mary and Darwin that he is going to raise Tona's youngest child. In fact, he'd like to take all three of the girls, but then Darwin jumps in.
You cannot just take them from us. It's what you are doing. That's how we see it, David.
I understand how you feel. I'm sure that it's a frustrating thing.
Let me ask you one thing. Who are you to come into my house and say what you're saying?
I'm 54 years old and have 7 children of my own. I'm involved now. I'm involved because you asked me.
You couldn't possibly raise 7 children. You don't have enough time.
You guys put yourselves involved.
Okay, right. You allowed me to be involved.
It's been years since you even saw any of our family or communicated with us.
Want to take me on this, buddy? Be happy to do it.
I'm just telling you how it's been years.
Right. I care about those children. Those children.
You didn't know they existed.
So what?
So now you care? Now you do? Because why? Why should I let my niece be raised by you?
Because I'm a good father. I respect the Northern Cheyenne ways. I'm not here to raise a white person. In fact, I dare say that by the time those girls are raised, they'll understand their heritage a hell of a lot better than you do.
That's really, really low.
And I'm telling you, we don't have to be enemies. But if we're going to be enemies, you go ahead and take me on.
During this documentary about the adoption, there are clips that relate to the David Hamblin case and the allegations with David Hamblin, and the ritualistic SA allegations. And it's crazy. So David Levitt says in this documentary that he's heard of this type of abuse, that he knows someone. He's talking about David Hamblin and how like he was like killing animals and deer for ritualistic purposes and like eating like their organs and doing all these rituals, and that there was a girl there and that he couldn't really prosecute it. It's weird.
There was no organized ring of abuse. And it was debunked more than 10 years ago.
But watch and listen. More than 2 years before that press conference, he went on to describe Hamblin and his own accuser, We want to warn you, some of them are very graphic.
Do I think that occurs? Yeah, I think it occurs. I know some victims of it. I was not in a position to prosecute it. It was into Native American stuff. It killed deer and get deer hearts and drink their blood and drink the deer's blood. And you train a dog to roll over when it's time to roll over. You know, you do it by giving a reward and repetition. If a man wants to program some little girl to give immoral sex anytime he wants to, you start young and give rewards. You know, I mean, it's unfortunately I've never, you know, it's the same way you help a child learn how to make their bed.
This guy's so sick.
Because he had connections with David Hamblin.
Describing his relationship with Hamblin.
I prosecuted the therapist for poaching a deer. He poached a deer to use for ritualistic purposes. This therapist was my elders quorum president in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was my neighbor. I have family connection.
I read someone trying to describe what the elder quorum thing means, and from what I gathered, this would be like they would get together maybe once or twice a month to discuss certain things, and so they would see each other maybe at the very least that often, plus they were neighbors. The person who accused David Levitt of being part of this was in that neighborhood, and they all like knew each other. As a result, though, of this documentary and these allegations and the filmmaker contacting police, there was a Homeland Security investigation into David Levitt that was going on. They were investigating him for bribery, they were investigating him for human trafficking and SA allegations. And they were given this footage of this documentary where he's talking about this, and something weird happened there too.
Noel Angles is a former analyst with Homeland Security. He confirmed his team had been investigating sexual allegations against Levitt for several years. Then in 2020, Homeland Security received the video and started investigating for human trafficking. 5 months after receiving the video, documents show Noel and his team were removed from the case. He has since filed a whistleblower complaint.
I want to read you what they responded, who he filed against, that took him off the case. They said that you allege that HSI, Homeland Security Investigation, improperly terminated an investigation into allegations involving current Utah County Attorney David O. Levitt. We emphasize, and this is the attorney for HSI, we emphasize that while the Office of Special Counsel has found a substantial likelihood of wrongdoing, based on the information you submitted in support of your allegations, our referral to the Secretary for Investigation is not a final determination that the allegations are substantiated. This remains an open matter under investigation until the agency's final report is forwarded to the President and Congress. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. It seems like nothing, but that's just kind of odd. The other thing we need to talk about here is why the sheriff is against the county attorney, because usually, they get along. You know what I mean? Well, they have beef, and there's a whole drama there, which I have to tell you about. He got rid of the Special Victims Unit in his office. So the Special Victims Unit are prosecutors that are only looking at and specialize in cases of SA and domestic violence and crimes of that nature. And he got rid of the Special Victims Unit entirely. He said it wasn't good, and so he got rid of it. So it says here, Levitt's 2020 decision to disband the unit and divide such cases among all office attorneys has been a constant source of criticism from police groups and former county prosecutors. Adam Pomeroy is a Utah County prosecutor who was on the Special Victims Unit when it was disbanded. He says Levitt told him the unit was being dissolved because some of the prosecutors on the team were resistant to Levitt's policy changes. We believe that Mr. Levitt has so thoroughly damaged the system, he just has to be replaced, Pomeroy told the Salt Lake Tribune, no matter who replaces him. When David Levitt was up for re-election, the sheriff supported another guy. His name is Gary, who was going against David Levitt. And one of the things he ran on was saying that if I'm elected instead of David Levitt, I'm going to reinstate the Special Victims Unit. Let's talk about David Hamblin now, okay? Because this guy is...
They shut down the SBU. They're that corrupt.
Unlike David Levitt, David Lee Hamblin actually admitted to doing these things that he's accused of. Not everything, but he did admit to SAing his own daughter. He admitted to having inappropriate relations with his patients because he was a therapist. He actually graduated from the Arizona State University, and he has a doctorate from there. He's a psychologist, and he would get referrals from the Mormon Church, LDS Church, for people who needed therapy or whatever, and he used that position of power to sexually abuse his patients, okay? Allegedly. The thing is, in 1999, David Hamblin lost his therapy license because of sexual misconduct with his patients. David Hamblin now changes his identity. Instead of being David Hamblin, the therapist for the Mormon Church, he's now Black Jaguar, a medicine man for the
Native American Church, even though I'm a white man.
Even though I'm a white man. We know why this guy is sucking up to the Native American culture is because on reservation land he's far more likely to get away with his crimes. We know that weird shitty white men like Donald Trump exploit the fucking reservations all the time, and it's like a hunting grounds for their fucking pederasts. I mean, that's the right wing. Sorry. I mean, that's who they are.
He specializes in peyote. The same year that he loses his license, he actually gets arrested for possession of peyote. And also, he gets charged with poaching because he killed these animals, like a deer and protected animals that he wasn't supposed to kill for ritualistic purposes or his religion, where he's also ritualistically using peyote. Peyote is protected for use in religious purposes, like for
Native Americans, not a white man.
But he is part of a Native American church. So he pled not guilty, and he was like, I should be protected to use this because of why I'm using it. It's like for these Native American religious ceremonies. And so when he gets arrested, it was actually his daughter who also accused him of SA. His daughter is the one who basically told the police that her father has peyote. He gets arrested, but he immediately gets bailed out by all these powerful people in the church that have money and stuff like that. He's got a lot of connections. They say he had fancy cars from people that he, sold peyote to. And so he got out. He fought the charges. The charges actually got dismissed after a couple years, basically, of them fighting. They were able to get the charges dismissed because they were found to have, the right to use peyote for religious purposes, even though they weren't ethnically Native American. The other thing that happened is that a year after these 1999 charges where he lost his license for sexual misconduct, his daughter then accuses him of SAing her, officially in a report. So I'll put the allegations here. You can see that it basically says a lot, including SAing his daughters since they were 3 to 4 years old.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That he is a psychologist and he uses hypnosis for therapy. She said that she believes that he uses hypnosis to prevent them from remembering things that happened before.
Yep.
And that they're seeing another therapist and they're working with this therapist and they're able to remember things that happened to them. And that is why they're coming forward to report this. And they said that she gives really graphic things about what happened, that he comes into the room, she's pretending to be asleep, and that he basically hits her and threatens to kill her or do the same thing to her sister if she makes noise, and then he violates her in a very graphic way, putting things in her and it's you can read it here. It's actually, I actually cannot read this out loud. Like, I can't do it. It's so bad. And like, this isn't even the worst stuff that I read. Like, it's insane. You can pause if you want. It's a few pages here. What ended up happening is that a few years later, it says here, this case was referred to the county attorney's office. In 2001, I spoke with Deputy Attorney John Allen, and because of the inconsistency of the victim's statements, he decided not to prosecute. On January 8, 2003, I received a letter from John Allen stating that he had reviewed the case because of a civil hearing in the matter. John Allen stated that the case would still not be prosecuted. The reasons are listed in the letter. The thing is, what happened in 2003, this civil thing, is that there was a divorce between David Hamblin and his wife, the girls who accused him's mom, and apparently during these divorce proceedings, David Hamblin admitted to R-wording his daughter. He said he did it, but then he was like, someone in my body did it, like as if he was possessed by something. Like, he did it, but not really. Manipulative shit. But still, they didn't prosecute it, okay, at the time. So that happened in 2003. Around this time also, there are things that I found, like where the mom, Rose or Roselle, she calls the cops on her daughters for like running away, stealing the car, trying to leave. This daughter who's accusing the father of doing this, and later on gonna accuse the mom too. The mom got arrested at 17. It's like for the same shit. It's awful. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So now you have David Levitt's backstory, the prosecutor. You have David Hamblin's backstory, the therapist turned medicine man, Black Jaguar. And we know that they're connected. They're both accused of these horrible things. So now that I've given you their backstories, we're back where we started, which was in 2022 when David Levitt comes out and does the press conference. Well, what happens is that a few months later in September, David Hamblin is arrested.
Arrested in Utah County on suspicion of ritualistic child sex abuse, and his ties to Utah County Attorney David Levitt, who will not be allowed to prosecute this case.
There are a number of reasons why the Utah County Attorney's Office
Number of
conflict
reasons.
of interest. Not just because Levitt named himself as a suspect earlier this year. He's also given multiple statements about his relationship with David Hamblin and some of the alleged victims.
They released the probable cause statement, which is also unbelievably horrific, right? I mean, it's not as bad as the 2012 accusations, but it's still pretty damn goddamn awful. So I will, again, repeat myself by leaving the screenshots up for you to read, but I'm not going to read it. It's just too, I can't say the things in my mouth. So you can pause it, you can read it if you would like. Gross. When this was released, it was also released that, quote, neither Levitt nor his office will be allowed to prosecute the case against Hamblin. A spokesperson for Levitt stated she had no information as to why. Also, by the way, remember that election that I told you was coming up? David Levitt lost the election. A month later, they were like, we have new charges from a case in the 90s where the boy was like 4 or 5 years old. And there were like 6 instances where he was horrifically abused, allegedly, by David Hamblin. So those charges come out. Then another guy comes out. This guy's name is Brett Bluth, and he talks about his experience with David Hamblin. It's awful what he says.
Brett Bluth, who says he met this therapist through a referral program from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bluth was referred to this therapist to discuss his homosexuality.
Hypnosis was a big part of it. He told me that from the very beginning, that was his main technique. I was there as a very vulnerable young man, very desperate to be free of my sexuality. He removed his clothes and he would say, I'll show you that I'm not. You're afraid I'm a woman. He had diagnosed me with multiple personality disorder due to
these people are so crazy.
Sexual abuse as a child. That was a lie.
Like Mormons.
Convincing me that those horrible things had happened was how he actually molded me to do what he wanted. Unzipped his pants, took his out, and put his hands on the back of the sofa and sat there in silence. And I froze. I didn't move. And after a few minutes, he brought my head down to his crotch. I performed oral sex on him. I stopped. I did not want to do it. I sat up, and he sat in silence with me again with his zipper down. He put his hands on my head, and he gave me a priesthood blessing.
What?
His sperm to heal the cellular damage in my body, to undo what those men had done. And I got up and I walked out, and I never came back.
And he says that he actually went to Provo police in Utah to tell them about his experience in 2013 when those 2012 charges came out, and that they, quote, looked at him like he was crazy, as if things couldn't get any worse. In August of 2023, a little less than a year after David Hamblin was arrested, his ex-wife, Roselle Stevenson Hamblin, that's her maiden name, Stevenson. She was known as Rose Hamblin too. She gets arrested.
70-year-old Roselle Stevenson stands accused of abusing a 13-year-old girl in Spring City, this back in 1994.
For also horrific things that she did with David and they did together, and what they made their daughters do to them. I mean, and the neighbors' kids and blah, awful. Again, if you want a screenshot, you can read it, but I'm not going to read it out loud. Okay, so I can't. Rose is the daughter of apparently a renowned LDS scholar, Richard Lloyd Anderson, and the granddaughter of Garrett D. Jong, namesake of LDS apostle Garrett Jong? So apparently she has like this prominent family in the LDS community. Same thing with Hamblin. Apparently he comes from a prominent family. It gets even worse. There's all these problems trying to get a prosecutor to prosecute it, to the point where these cases might get dismissed, not because there's something wrong with the evidence or whatever, but apparently there's a conflict of interest with the prosecutors because of like David Levitt's office and the people there. Like the judge feels like they shouldn't be prosecuting. In spring of 2024, David Hamblin's attorney filed a motion to dismiss his charges for failure to prosecute. And it says Judge Griffin has said he will grant this dismissal if there's no prosecutor assigned to the case within 30 days' time. So it says there's an audio recording where a sheriff's investigator can be heard telling Stevenson that the office was hoping to withhold certain evidence in Hamblin's case, including the 151-page statement. Remember, Stevenson is Rose, David Hamblin's ex-wife. This is what the sheriff's investigator said. It is exculpatory. They have a right to look at it. They have a right to verify it. The investigator says in the recording, according to court records. We were just hoping we could get at least through a preliminary hearing before that happened. The judge agreed that there's a conflict of interest in the case with the prosecutors. This is what the judge said. He said, I've got concerns that investigators were slow walking exculpatory evidence to the defense in an effort to get a tactical advantage. He said, according to a recording of the hearing, and I think that in and of itself screams for the need to have outside county attorney's office that is not beholden, or that there isn't any political tie-ins to either the current or the prior administrations, both with the county attorney and the sheriff's department. It says to avoid a conflict of interest, they deputized a attorney as a special Utah Attorney General prosecutor so that he could file the charges. He's the one who filed against Hamblin and his ex-wife Rose. But then he was off the case because the governor made him a juvenile court judge. So now there's nobody who can handle the case. Prosecutors wrote in a November filing that Peters reached out to 4 other prosecuting agencies asking them to step in, but only the Utah County's attorney's office said it would take the case. So they're trying to get the other counties' attorneys to prosecute the case, but they wouldn't take it. And the reason why is because it is a tremendous amount of resources to prosecute this case that they don't have in their jurisdiction. None of the other jurisdictions will prosecute the case, and the judge won't let the Utah county attorney prosecute the case because he says there's a conflict of interest, so there's no one to prosecute the case. And if there's no one to prosecute the case in 30 days, then like by default it gets dismissed. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? So I heard about this and they started calling, like being like, this is insane, like you need to appoint someone. And apparently they have appointed someone. The case is moving forward, the last I heard. I don't know what's going to come of it. The whole thing is bizarre. Like, I would love to know what you guys think. Like, the whole David Levitt thing, I'm not sure how far his involvement goes and that part of it. I feel much more like David Hamlin for sure. I mean, he even admitted it, allegedly, according to these court documents, that he did admit to doing these things. So that, I even found about the mom, Rose, that like when she was confronted, she says that if she did do these things, she was under the influence of like hypnosis or peyote or something. So she didn't full outright deny it. She's like, I don't remember doing that to you guys, but if I did, it wasn't me. I was influenced. So that's kind of gross and weird. So like, what the hell was going on in that house? All this talk of hypnosis and him telling them that they were victims of ritualistic child abuse, like that's what Brett Bluth said he did to him, which was a lie, to get him to like reenact it, to cure him of it. So I feel like that's kind of part of Hamlin's manipulation, so that even if someone were to accuse him later on, he'd be like, no, this was all suggested in hypnosis, and what do they really know? And it's to muddy the waters, maybe? I don't know. It's bizarre. This whole thing is gross.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it was like,
yeah,
I hated researching this. I miss who I was before I made this video.
Yeah.
But it sucks because if this is true, as awful as it is for me to read it,
something's rotten in Salt Lake City. There's like a weird ritualistic child sex cult there, and it's weird, and I don't want to call it the LDS, but I think they have their fingers in the LDS church, and we know it. You know, we know this. We bust them all the time. I'm not basing this off of some suspicion of some shadow, government cult. I'm talking about the fucking convictions that we've got against these child molesters. In the last 50 years, there's like some kind of crazy child sex cult in Salt Lake City. And I don't think they're organized. I think they're just widespread. I think the corruption is widespread. And I think the LDS is a part of it. Not the whole church, just part of how they hide. I think they hide behind a church.
Allegedly to someone, potentially, if it did. They deserve justice, and for this to be talked about, you can't just ignore it because it's uncomfortable for you.
I can, but I don't want to.
So it's like, I don't know, man. Anyway, let me know what you guys think. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. David Levitt, I want to look.
That came up several times, like way too often. You would.
Oh, we never finished this one, so start over, I guess.
If your subconscious mind is not enough, then the only way to supplement for that is to be helped by somebody from outside. The advantage is that Agama has this quality that it's a school of precision. We are as close as possible to engineering, and therefore we simply tell you, when you do this, this is happening.
Why do the yogis get in your bed? Why do they tell you what to do? Every time when you orgasm, your Sahasrara opens. Ooh, and then welcome to the club.
You're kind of groggy, you're kind of knocked out, and therefore let me intercede. So difficult to restrain when you know I could make this woman happy in 1 week.
But then there was the incident which I reported to the police. It was brutal, it was painful, and I said no, and he just kept going, and afterwards he just pulled himself off, and he actually said, "Oh, sorry about that."
Today I want to talk about Swami Vivekananda Saraswati, aka a guy who was originally named Narcis Tarcow, and he's from Romania. I'm going to refer to him as Swami Narcis. So basically, this guy Swami Narcis, he got kicked out of India, and then he went to Thailand, and that's when he started this yoga school that ended up being one of the world's largest yoga schools, the #1 school in the world for tantric yoga specifically. The school was also accredited by the Yoga Alliance, which gives it some type of legitimacy, which also helped it become the biggest yoga school in the world, which, by the way, is called Agama School of Yoga. It's at Agama, where people say basically Swami Narcissus was operating a sex cult disguised as a yoga school. Swami Narcissus got into yoga in the 80s in Romania. He was actually the student of another well-known yoga teacher, and the reason why this teacher is well known is because he ended up having to go on the run, and then he was on like Interpol, and he was wanted by all the authorities because he slept with a 13-year-old. Swami Narcissus' yoga teacher was this guy called Gregorian Bivolaru. I'm sorry if I'm messing that up, but Gregorian. Okay, we'll just call him Greg. His teacher, Greg, had a mission, and his mission was to have sex with 1,000 virgins in order to reach enlightenment. Now, his teacher, Gregorian, was also charged with human trafficking and is convicted for R-wording a 13-year-old girl. And he's actually on the EU's most wanted list, and Narcissus would end up in a similar situation with similar accusations. This video is sponsored by Colon Broom. Colon Broom is a high-fiber supplement that gives you better gut health and less bloating and more regular movements of the bowel variety, if you know what I mean. Poops. It gives you better poops. You just take one scoop, and it already comes with a scoop. Okay? And you mix it with water. Oh my God. And then you drink it. 1 to 2 times a day will suffice. I'm going to be honest with you. There are times where something does come out, but it's not all the way complete. I don't feel complete, but yet I don't feel like I can continue. Have you ever been there? It sounded like I was going to cry. It was a voice crack. Since taking Colon Broom, personally, I feel my eliminations have been more complete. I also like the taste. That's a big one. If you guys are interested, please use the link or my code. And there's also going to be a QR code that's here on the screen. You can use that, and you know what it's going to get you? 65% off of Colon Broom. What? Yes. Thank you to Colon Broom for cleaning out my colon and supporting my channel and sponsoring this video. Thank you. And then after a while, in the 90s, Narcissus decides he's going to go to India and start his own yoga school. He ended up leaving India because his visa renewal got revoked, or the visa itself got revoked. I don't know if he attempted a renewal. And when I looked online, there was like a lot of vagueness surrounding why that happened. But then I did find an article that said it was because of accusations that he was being inappropriate with minors in India as part of his yoga school tantric teachings. But that's alleged. I'm not sure. In any case, we know that his visa was revoked for whatever reason, and he left India. That's when he went to Thailand and started the Agama School of Yoga. Okay, so it's 2003 now, and he's in Thailand, and he has started the Agama School of Yoga with a special focus on Tantra. So what is Tantra? Now, if you look it up, you're going to find different things, because it is not just about sex. It's a lot more than that, and the mind, body, spirit connection, all of that, practicing it with yoga and breathing and all of that. It involves sex, but it's not just about sex. But at the Agama school, it started to feel like it was just about sex, and the spiritual part wasn't even involved. The thing with the Agama School of Yoga is that it really branded itself as a healing retreat, where you could learn about these techniques for healing. A lot of the women, and it was mostly women who attended the school, I think it was like something like 75% of the students were women. A lot of these women had dealt with sexual trauma, and they were coming to the school to sort of reclaim their power back with regards to sex, which is what makes this so insidious and messed up. And they're about to like enter the lion's den with someone who knows their weaknesses and how to exploit them, and does. So setting the scene, right? Agama is at this beautiful island in Thailand called Koh Phangan, and it's tropical, and there's this big hippie scene there. There's a lot of expats who come and love it there and end up staying there and like opening a studio or a mushroom shop or like an organic coffee enema cafe. You know what I mean? Like that. You drink the coffee, put it up your butt. In this tantric workshop thing, they had sessions for women and for men, and these workshops were different. So the men's workshop, it focused on basically how to pick up women. It was using pickup artist techniques, basically, not tantra. They were taken to local bars to test their pickup lines and how to pick up women. Swami Narcissus would teach men the practice known as negging, where you basically build someone up just to tear them down. You start off with love bombing and then giving compliments, and then all of a sudden you withdraw the compliments and you start giving backhanded compliments, and then from there you escalate it to where you're now criticizing them now that you know their insecurities and stuff, and now the girl's self-esteem or the woman's self-esteem is not that great after this process, and they're ready to pounce. And he taught that as a technique for men in Tantra. As for the women, he taught that feminism was destroying the culture and that it was creating a blockage on sexual healing. And so in order to undo these blockages that were caused by feminism, Swami Narcissus would show his female students his favorite porn movies, or pornos, the technical term, just to undo that cultural wiring, if you will. After that, he would tell them that sex with him would heal his female students. That was like a prescription he would give. And it wasn't just him who would say that. There were a lot of older women who were part of the staff, and they were the ones that would really prescribe the sex with Swami treatment to heal the women. So that is the part of the sort of like the brainwashing culture, because you've got these older women who are very maternal, and the women who are the students, they go to them for guidance. And in the beginning, you know, they're just teaching them this basic stuff. But then once they decide, okay, I want to take the tantric class, and these are my traumas and struggles and what I'm trying to fix, they would always get prescribed sex with Swami. Always. So this is what a former student said about how the female staff members would pressure the female students to sleep with like Swami and stuff. I really didn't want to have sex with him. He was this big, fat, repulsive man to me, and I wasn't attracted to him. But senior female teachers at the school kept pushing me, telling me it would be really healing for me. No matter what the issue was that the woman was going through, the solution was always sex with men that are teachers.
I'm sure.
Another thing that Swami would teach is that, you know, gay sex is bad, especially between men and also women, unless it's a threesome with 2 girls and 1 guy, preferably a teacher from Agama. It was always the prescription. There was one former member who said that when she asked him what she should do for her anxiety, he said, quote, to sleep with 3 men a day. And he told her not to use a condom when she did this because it would block the energy flow that would heal her sexually. The sexual healing energy was flowing, and also what else was flowing in Agama was chlamydia. Yeah, there was an outbreak because they were all having sex without condoms.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure.
There's one former student who said that she spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on like sexually transmitted disease medications that they would have to go buy because of this outbreak of chlamydia.
Most STDs are permanent. Like syphilis is permanent, gonorrhea is permanent. I don't know, like when you think sex call, I think nasty permanent STDs. Because they're permanent. They're fucking permanent. Like, most of those are permanent. The only one you can clear is, I think, like, crabs, like, and the clap. The rest of them, like, yeah, they're all permanent. Like, especially HIV. They're all permanent.
Would still pretend that that wasn't going on. They were really hush-hush about that. Still tell people not to use condoms. And then, what's even worse is that he didn't believe in traditional medical treatment. So he's like letting them get these STDs, and then they're not supposed to be getting treatment for it, but yet they are letting them get treatment for it. But then when people have cancer, for example, he tells them to drink their own urine and menstrual blood to cure their cancer, and someone did that and died. but I'm getting ahead of myself here. The point is, at this point, what I'm trying to say is that he doesn't believe in traditional Western healthcare unless you're secretly getting STD medications because he prescribed you sex with 3 men a day with no condom. She said that she was like really put off by that, and he could tell, and she tried to leave, and this is what happened. I'm going to read you her quotes. It says, when she tried to leave, he threw himself on her. Quote, then I got up to go away, and he started kissing full on tongue. It was very aggressive, and then he started groping my bum. I was literally dizzy. This was her very first consultation with Swami. On one occasion, she messaged him before she arrived for a meeting and said, I don't want to have sex. I don't know what I want to talk about. She made it clear what her intentions were, expecting he would listen. Yet, when she arrived, Swami immediately threw himself on her. Quote, when he opened the front door, he instantly stuck his tongue in my mouth and started kissing me. I closed my mouth and started moving my head away. He then proceeded to feel my ass and tried to get his hands inside, trigger warning, my shorts to blank me. I pushed his arm away in a downward movement with my fist clenched. To this day, yoni massage thing.
The yoni massage with Swami was like, there was no checking in to create a safe space. There was no emotional check-in with the woman.
It basically means vagina, okay? And so yoni massage, you understand what that's about, but really traditionally what it's used is in a healing way, in a way that is supposed to help the person receiving the massage, not geared towards the person just giving the massage and their pleasure. That's not what yoni massage is about. But when Swami Narcissus was doing yoni massage, the people who experienced it felt like, whoa, this is not what yoni massage has ever been about. This feels like he's just using me for his pleasure, and this has nothing to do with me and my healing. In addition to the yoni massage was also this thing called the lingam, which the lingam is the penis, right? And the yoni, we know what it is. So he would do lingam massage, penetration. This is where the sort of cult thing comes into play, because a lot of them felt that they were being brainwashed into this and pressured into this. So here's a quote from a former female student. She says, the brainwashing is subtle but relentless. If unwanted sexual advances or worse happened and the women wanted to bring it up, she was told either that she needs to be more open and work on her heart chakra, or that she is attracting this kind of experience. It's her karma to work through this, especially if it happens more than once. It's like a vicious cycle. The more something's wrong with you, the more you need their help, the more it happens, the more it's your fault, the more, you know what I mean? Whoa. Another thing that Swami would preach as part of undoing this like feminism thing is that women want to be taken. They want to be taken. They want to be sort of almost forced into it.
Nope.
And that is the way it's supposed to be. So when he is doing that to you and going on and on, even though you're saying no or pushing his hand or shoving or moving, it's like in his mind, oh yeah, women want to be taken. You want to be taken. You want this. So he's like mind fucking them as well as like fucking them. He would be like, okay, the next thing that you need for your healing is you need to sleep with this many men this often. So sometimes he would say 5 different men per week. It was always with the male teachers at Agama that he would prescribe sex with. So he sleeps with them and then he lets the teachers sleep with them. And this is all being recommended by him and the other teachers and all this shit. Also, part of this breaking of the conditioning of feminism would be that he would have the women do domestic work and be his maids and wait on him and give him stuff and bring him stuff so that they could, quote, rest in their feminine energy by working for him. Then he is also really into magic. He was really into like fire and magic.
The fire ceremony as you see it now is a Vedic ritual.
People believed that he could hypnotize them.
What you see now is the clear light. Do so and so.
So it's like you're being conditioned by everyone around you. Then on top of that, he's using these manipulation tactics. And now what? He's hypnotizing on top of that. So even if it's true or not, like it's like the placebo effect. Like they feel like this is going to happen to them. And so they like kind of make it happen in their mind. Okay, now it's going to get really graphic. So this is your 3rd, I think by now, trigger warning. The other allegation that came up several times, like way too often. He would forcibly take them from behind, if you know what I mean. There was no stopping when I said, please, please stop, it hurts. She added, I was so brainwashed at that point that I thought, he's my teacher, he knows better than me what I need.
But then there was the incident which I reported to the police, and threw me over, flipped me over, and just rammed his. It was brutal, it was painful, and I said no, and he just kept going. And afterwards, he just pulled himself off, and he actually said, "Oh, sorry about that." So he knew he'd done wrong, but it was horrible.
So in this particular instance, that person went and emailed Swami Narcissus afterwards, basically telling him, like, I feel like what happened to me was not consensual, and like what you did to me was abuse. And he responded to her in this email where he said, in my view, you are severely deluded and there is a clear demonic influence upon your mind. Be aware that these are mistakes that are dearly paid publicly and lead to terrible spiritual consequences. He started the school, remember, in 2003. Well, guess what happens a year after he starts the school? Remember his teacher, Gregorian, the one I told you had all those legal trouble? Gregorian is on the run after he's convicted of R-wording a 13-year-old girl. He ends up being on the run for all this time, and then he gets arrested, and then he gets released, and then he goes missing again. It's like this whole ass crazy thing. Meanwhile, at this time when Gregorian's on the run and Swami Narcissus is aware of his situation, Swami Narcissus has a prophecy. Of course he does. And what's the prophecy? The world's gonna end. Well, not really. He said it's gonna be World War III, the same difference. In his vision, he said that in August of 2005, the World War III was going to occur. And then he said he's going to build a safe house, like a yoga retreat in New Zealand, that's gonna shelter them from World War III. And of course, he needs donations. First, he asked all his students to give him $300. They gave him $300. Then he asked for $700. Some of those people gave him $700. The people who didn't give him money, if you didn't give him that money within 30 days, he then increased the amount that he needed to like $4,900, from $300 to $700 to $4,900. And some people actually gave him that money. And World War III didn't happen. Neither did the retreat in New Zealand. Nobody knows what happened with that money. So when 2005 came and went and there was no World War III, Swami Narcissus was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I think I had like a typo in my vision. I meant 2012. The world's gonna end in 2012. Then he was like, but don't worry, I don't need any money right now. I need you guys to go in the middle of this little forest area here, and I'm gonna need you to pitch a tent and only drink milk for a week to prepare for World War III in 2012. We're gonna do this now, and it's gonna help us later. There was this person, her name is Nancy Miller. She was a teacher at Agama for like over a decade from the early years. She was there when this prophecy came and went and nothing happened and all that. Nancy Miller says that she saw some crazy shit at Agama and that even she was brainwashed, and it took her a long time to realize what was going on. It actually took something really fucked up to happen. But she says that she slowly started seeing that the students were not being healed. If anything, they were getting worse. She said, quote, some left that school and ended up in psychiatric wards. She said she believes the way that this was able to go on for so long is the way that they taught about karma, and any type of critique of Swami Narcissus or any of the teachers would give you bad karma, and they were so afraid of this. So this is what she said. If I ever tried to speak up about Swami's behavior with women, you would be shut down immediately, dismissed as being dramatic, that you were spreading gossip and lies and threats of you being ostracized, and that's a key dynamic that makes it a cult. You would be told you can't speak badly about your guru or you will have negative karma for the rest of your life. It was such a culture of victim blaming and karmic retribution. That's how they kept people quiet. It was brainwashing. If you spoke out badly about your teacher, then your life would be messed up. He actually taught that. The final straw for Nancy was health related, because remember how I told you that he would preach or teach that you don't need Western medicine to cure anything. All you need to do is his yoga and tantra, and drink your urine and your menstrual blood, and it will get rid of your cancer. You will not even get cancer if you go in this tent and drink milk for a week. Things like this he would teach. And so when Nancy Miller found a lump in her breast, she did not get it checked out. She said, quote, "I actually thought I'm an Agama yogi. This is impossible." So didn't go get the mammogram. 2012. World War III didn't happen again. And now this lump is growing, and she finally goes to get it checked out, and she realizes that the cancer has spread. She has to have an emergency mastectomy right away. And that's when she was like, "I'm done with this school. I'm out." And she left, and she never came back. 5 years later, a student died of cancer, and her mother believes that she would not have died if it wasn't for the advice that she got from Swami Narcissus. So this woman, her name is Anna Smith, and she had a daughter. Her daughter was called Deborah. So Deborah had breast cancer, and Swami Narcissus had convinced her that he could help her cure her cancer better than Western medicine could. He said, "Don't go back to Australia," which is where she's from, "and get this chemo and this treatment. Instead, stay here with me in Thailand, drink your own urine, drink your menstrual blood, only eat brown rice, and your cancer will be cured." Well, it didn't cure her cancer. Instead, it actually got worse. And she ended up going back to Australia and died within months of arriving there because the doctor said it was too late. The cancer had spread. If she had come in a few months earlier, she may have had a chance, but she didn't, and she died. And so this would kind of be the beginning of the downfall for Agama. A lot of women who left over the years because of their awful experiences started talking to each other, sharing their experiences, started to realize that this was happening in a widespread way over time, that it was kind of orchestrated from the staff from high up, and they were all working together, that they were all not healed, they all felt violated. A lot of them were like, "Oh my God, he violated you the same exact way," and all of it, right? So they decide that they're going to want to speak out about this. The Agama school catches wind that this is about to happen, and they're scrambling. They end up having this internal meeting. Well, first they write this letter to the students, basically trying to downplay everything, keep it hush-hush, telling students not to speak to media or anything like that. And then they ended up having this meeting with all the students where they did express, some of them, that they were upset and that some of these things that they were hearing that were about to come out were things they experienced as well.
As I'm getting older, I'm calming down. So difficult to restrain. I could make this woman happy in 1 week.
They ended up coming up with this compromise at this meeting where they said that Swami Narcissus, during his private sessions, would sit behind a desk, not get up, not get all on top of the students like he used to, so that they could feel more comfortable. But a lot of the women who stayed thinking that would happen and then took a private session with him said he didn't do that. Swami Narcissus tells these students, "You don't understand everything that I'm doing for the higher good. I'm doing this for your higher good. You just can't see it right now, but trust me, I know."
If your subconscious mind is not enough, then the only way to supplement for that is to be helped by somebody from outside. The advantage is that Agama has this quality that it's a school of precision. We are as close as possible to engineering, and therefore we simply tell you, when you do this, this is happening.
After this meeting and all this stuff and things kept happening, people were getting disillusioned, and there was this incident where someone spray painted on one of the walls of the buildings in Agama, "We wash brains." And so started picking up, started getting traction, and all of a sudden now you have public allegations in the news, and it all goes crazy. The women ended up going public on July 31st, 2018. 14 women who were former students spoke to The Guardian about their experience, and this article was so graphic in the descriptions of what happened and what he did and everything. There were also staff members and even male students who came out and spoke to media who said they witnessed and saw this stuff.
In sexual healing, the number one question is, who's it for? Any purpose other than for the benefit of the client that has come to you trusting you with their body, then you're completely out of integrity.
And that the whole culture of critiquing the teachers will give you bad karma, and everyone wanting to be involved in this group, and the fact that this was the top, best, biggest school created this brainwashing thing where they felt like they were really under his spell and couldn't speak out, or else they felt like they would lose everything. The students didn't just accuse Swami Narcissus, although he had the most accusations, but other male teachers were also accused of doing the same thing. There was another teacher. This teacher is the head of the Agama school, not in Thailand, but in Austria, because they have Austria and India and Colombia, all over the world. And this teacher, his name is Serkan Temel. He was accused, and he ended up posting, after this article went out, he posted on that Agama Austria website, quote, "This is an unfortunate situation, is nothing more than a failure between lovers." But then he took down the post and then opened the school back up. At this point, after these allegations come out, Swami Narcissus and other male teachers, they flee Thailand and they go to Romania.
He basically just fled like a coward.
And the Thai police end up raiding Agama. The problem is when they raided Agama and none of the teachers were there and they didn't really see evidence of anything happening in that moment, they really couldn't do anything. Additionally, their statute of limitations for R-word is only 3 months. So the fact that a lot of these incidents happened longer than 3 months ago or whatever, more than 3 months ago, sorry, they couldn't really do anything. And so when they raided and they couldn't find anything, their hands were kind of tied. Then people started saying he pays off the police in Thailand, and that's why they're not doing anything. But I don't know, Swami did not face any criminal charges. And so once the media fodder died down, Swami and the other teachers came back and reopened Agama.
Yes, in Agama Yoga, we do teach the sexual part of Tantra. When you have a healthy animal, the Hatha yogis are persons with strong sexual energy and with strong sexual impulses. And the world is constantly rocked by sexual scandals in the world of yoga, because of course these people are not at all ascetics and they don't manage to be ascetics. If you want to be ascetic, you have to go on a low protein diet and mortify your body. The tantric workshops and teachings have been integrated into Agama Yoga. Also, let them have sex whichever way they want, which leads to fornication and abuse, or teach them the tantric way of dealing with the sexuality and transforming sexuality from a poison to a nectar. As you can see, including sexual tantra into the teachings of Agama was inevitable. It was a great necessity, not to wait simple that people will ripen by a natural process, but to focus on this. And the results were wonderful. Now we are looking forward to see our teachers out in the field. We need to have full responsibility about the quality of the people that we release out there for teaching such delicate issues.
And at this point, they had lost their accreditation from the Yoga Alliance, but they were still going on. And although there were less students than before, they were still students. And as a matter of fact, the Guardian checked on the website at the time and found out that Swami Narcissus was still teaching Tantra courses, and all those teachers that had accusations were still teaching Tantra, and it was all over the website. But when they contacted them for comment, they took it all down from the website. And then when the Guardian contacted the Thai police to let them know, hey, do you know that they're back in town and the school is operating again? The Thai police were like, oh no, we're under the impression that he's still gone and not teaching. And they're like, no, he's still there. And they're like, well, we can't really do anything about that. Of course, the school denied everything. But when they did get faced with these accusations, their response, they're like, we're going to do an investigation and look into this. We're going to hire someone. It's going to be an independent investigation. Well, when the school came back and opened and everything, and the news media heard about this, like, they went and they were like, well, what happened to this investigation now that you guys are open and all the teachers are back? What were the results of this investigation that they said they were going to publish publicly? They not only did not publish the results of the investigation, but they had the person who conducted the investigation sign an NDA so that they could not say what the results were. But that person was interviewed by media, and this is what they had to say. They said, despite being told that my report would be published, it was not. I was also reminded that my contract included a confidentiality clause, so I was not allowed to share the report with anyone. The fact that they didn't publish the report is telling in itself. The Guardian went and started talking to students who were attending the school now that it had reopened, and that the investigation wasn't made public, whatever the results were. And the students said that there's now a workshop that is mandatory to take for tantric courses called Boundaries and Consent/Conscious Touch workshops, but that this class is an extra fee on top of the entire course, and it's
how to not rape people.
So they're like, oh, you guys want us to do something about it? We're just going to force people to take this class and charge extra and make extra money from it, even though, like, it's kind of like they did it in spite. Then some crazy shit happened where, like, Agama was literally set on fire. And it is not known who did it, but people think it's a disgruntled student because they felt like nothing happened. We spoke out to media. Media did this whole report, nothing happened. Police said, you know, statute of limitations has expired, no criminal charges. School is back open. Teachers are all back. The investigation wasn't even revealed. People were pissed. Somebody burnt down Agama, or one building of Agama was on fire. As it stands, Agama school is still open. They're still on YouTube. They still have classes. Doing God knows what with God knows who. Tantrically. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to Cole and Broom for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to click the link in the description. Use my code. Take advantage of the 65% off. And thank you guys so much.
Why are cult leaders always sex freaks? It seems weird. Can't they just be normal or whatever? And just be like power hungry like all the politicians? But no, they have to add sex freakdom into it. And there's all these rape victims, which is what scares us so much about them. Every time you bust a cult leader, there's a bunch of rape victims. And it's weird. Like, why? You would think with that kind of power, you wouldn't need to rape anybody. But no, the minute that they immediately gain, like, the ability to sleep with all of the women in their commune or whatever, they immediately turn to having sex with children, which is so weird. It's like, the women aren't a challenge to me anymore, so I guess, if women aren't a challenge to me, then, you know, etc. And it's just weird. It's like weird. It's like, so are women not, like, entertaining to you anymore? You have to have sex with children? It's like, fucking weird. God damn birds. So Begon did this road too. Begon's done like all the roads. You can tell what he likes to do when he's like watching television, which is like run the roads for cars, which is fine. It's just annoying. I thought I found a road that he hadn't been to yet. But no. He did this road too. It is entertaining to just ride the road, but it also takes a lot of gas, which I don't really have, frankly. Gas that I don't have. I'll have to take the helicopter home. Oh, I found the other trader? Nice, I found the other trader. Well, Z's. I suppose I will, since he's done all of these roads. Where are you? You fucker, die. Die, you. I want to make, grow blocks. What do those cost? Growing stuff or whatever. God damn it, stop sending birds. It's been like 5 in fucking 60 seconds. Stop sending birds. They're so annoying. I'm just standing here. Fucking kill the bird. I've hit him so many times. Why? Let's go home. I want to go to the bathroom. So we see that he did this road, and there's like a whole nother town. Or no, I think it's that Drev lives in this town, and he's hit all the cars. Which is fun. Man, I made it way far south. Okay, I'm going to pause to go to the restroom here, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I'll be right back. Exit and not run the timer while I'm not in. I need my phone. There it is. Okay, sorry about that. Had to poop. True crime. Julie Harper.
Julie Harper has been dating another man since killing her husband.
Oh my God.
I have many good friends. The person that they were referring to was someone that is a very dear, close friend of mine, but I was completely faithful to my husband during our entire marriage.
She took his life and she dragged his reputation through the mud.
Slamming me up against the wall. I said, stop, stop. What are you doing? Stop.
And she says she documented everything in her diary.
Sex 11 p.m. Fight 10 to 12 hours.
I don't want to enable your horrible money waste and your poor credit score and everything else. I don't want to enable that.
As he was coming toward me, he said, I'm gonna kill you, you.
And Julie.
What?
That he was. It's okay. Mommy's okay, don't worry.
How do you feel about your mom now?
I don't like her.
I don't like her.
Because she killed my father.
A forensic specialist went through everything
God damn.
stashed inside this blue bag, from cash to pills to jewelry, even naked pictures of a man.
After her husband's slaying, she stunned everyone when she showed up visibly pregnant. The result, she says, of in vitro fertilization.
Well, I said before that I don't know who the father is.
Harper was acquitted last summer of
Insanity is not gender-based. And neither is rape. But, you know, 90% of all rape is male. But, I mean, you know, but not all of it. Not all of it.
I believe that Julie was, again, bodily threatened with harm.
This is her second trial now on second-degree murder.
I am innocent of any criminal wrongdoing.
Hi guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. Today I want to talk about Julie Harper. Julie, well, the thing with Julie is you either believe her or you don't. And there are people who believe her and there are people who don't. And there's evidence that makes Julie look really bad. And there's evidence that makes her husband look really bad. So I want to do what I usually do on my channel, which is I'm going to give you guys the facts. We'll discuss the theories and then you can decide for yourself. But first, this video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare, my first ever sponsor. They came back, can you believe it? Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of inspiring classes for creators. Explore new skills, deepen existing passions, and get lost in creativity. There are no ads like this one. Skillshare classes combine video lessons, class projects, and hands-on feedback. They have short lessons that fit your schedule. During the holidays, I love to bake, and so I found this really cool class. It's called Cookie Decorating for Beginners. Create Incredible Edible Art, and it's by Lori Shannon, aka icing artist, baker, and YouTuber. And she is so much fun. I love her classes. She gives you the skills to make pretty impressive cookie decorations that look like you really know what you're doing. Skillshare now offers subtitles on their entire catalog in Spanish, French, Portuguese, and Dutch. The first 1,000 subscribers who click on the link below will get a 1-month free trial to try Skillshare, and you can start exploring your creativity today. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that, and thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Okay, let's begin.
She's
So
beautiful.
the whole thing started in the morning.
I would marry her.
It was August 7th, 2012, and it was in a gated community in Carlsbad, California. Inside this very nice house was a mess, literally and figuratively. Julie and Jason were upstairs in the master bedroom arguing, which is what they usually do. And their 3 kids, Jake, Jackie, and Josh, were downstairs watching cartoons when they heard a loud thud.
We heard a big thud. Like, really big. Jake and I went upstairs to ask Julie what happened. Then she opened the door very little. We could only see her and she said, Daddy, you just fell off a chair. And he was gonna rest and then go do some errands. And then we said, can we see him? And she said no.
Keep in mind, at this time, the kids' ages are 8, 6, and 1. The oldest boy, Jack, is 8, and the sister, Jackie, is 6, and then the baby, Josh, was 1. So it turns out that Julie had shot Jason in the heart. Quote,
oh my God.
entered through the back of his left side and pierced his heart. He was 39 years old and a popular math teacher and volleyball coach at Carlsbad High School. After Julie shot Jason, she didn't call 911. Instead, she loaded up the kids in the car and she left. She left her husband to bleed to death, but she took his phone. From there, she goes to La Costa Coffee Roasting, which is like a hipster little coffee shop, a local coffee shop. And while she's there, she first uses her phone to message a neighbor and ask to set up a play date for the kids. Then she takes Jason's phone and she sends a text message from his phone to his brother.
After Jason Harper was dead, somebody used his cell phone to text a message to his brother. And here's what that text message said. Running errands, Julie has the kids, see mom Friday.
This message was sent at 11:46 a.m., which is hours after she shot Jason. She couldn't set up that play date, so she ends up dropping her 2 oldest kids at a play gym. From there, she kind of vanishes with the baby. We don't really know what she did during this time, but there are some theories, but we'll talk about that later. Julie then comes back to the play gym, picks up her 2 oldest kids, and takes all 3 of her kids to her sister's house.
Julie Harper's sister, Amy. Amy says she didn't have a strong relationship with Julie, but that the two were starting to get close again. On the day that Jason was killed, Amy says that Julie asked to bring the kids over to visit, but then left shortly after, not returning for more than 8 hours.
Pretty much immediately said that she needed to leave and run an errand.
Did she say anything else to you at that time?
No.
What was her demeanor like at that time?
Frazzled a little.
Was she crying?
No.
Did she ask you for help other than just that you had the kids?
No.
From there, Julie leaves her sister's house and she goes to her father's office, his real estate office.
Julie Harper's day on the run. She showed up at her father's real estate office.
Shock. I shot Jason in self-defense, or I shot Jason to defend myself.
John Syak says he didn't ask many questions, but did call attorney Paul Finks. Hours later, Syak and Harper met up with the attorney. They then picked up Harper's 2 children from a relative's home.
Amy also says that her father came to the house before Julie returned to pick up the children, and the 2 of them wouldn't tell her exactly what had happened.
Basically, Julie then spends the rest of the day with her father. They explain to the lawyer the situation, and the lawyer ends up calling the police, asking them to do a welfare check on Jason. He's like, my client shot him in self-defense. Please go check. And this doesn't happen until 11 p.m. The police show up. He's been shot in the morning. It's been over 12 hours. They show up and they find Jason dead under a pile of tons of clothes. They immediately rule it a homicide, and the medical examiner rules that the cause of death was a single bullet that pierced his heart. The bullet also entered him from the back. The police then go to Julie's dad's house. Now, Julie and her father are inside the house at this time.
In the morning, police knocked on their door, but they didn't answer.
Doorbell rang. Somebody said, police. Carlsbad police. Something like that. Nothing. We've been instructed by Mr. Finks to let him handle the situation.
Julie's attorney then advises her to turn herself in. Well, she does this, and while she's being booked, her whole self-defense story starts to unravel a little bit. They ask her to undress, they take pictures of her. There is no evidence of any type of physical harm to Julie on her body. And this is when they start to suspect that the story she's telling is not the truth. The poor kids end up getting taken and put into foster care, protective custody at the time. And then later on they go with family, but at this point, They are in protective custody, their mom is in jail, and their dad is dead. The other thing cops couldn't find were Julie's 2 guns. She had 2 guns registered in her name, and they were nowhere to be found. They did, however, find 52 bottles of prescription pills in the master bedroom, including OxyContin, oxycodone, hydrocodone. Her attorney said that these medications were needed for his client's arthritis. While the cops were at Julie's dad's house, they found a bag. And this bag would end up being a point of contention in the trial. There were actually 2 trials. And this was the getaway bag.
Well, her father given immunity to testify, and this is what he revealed. A bag similar to this one, holding some surprising contents.
Inside, nearly $40,000 in cash and much
What?
more.
From cash to pills to jewelry, even naked pictures of a man.
Surveillance shots of her withdrawing large amounts of money from the bank just before she shot him dead.
As I recall, what was in the backpack was currency, jewelry, maybe credit cards, traveler's checks, and a gun.
Did it have passports in it?
Oh yes, passports.
So the gun that was found in the getaway bag was not the gun that was used to shoot Jason.
Wow.
This was the other gun that Julie had. I had a bit of a brain fart, that's why there was a weird delay there. So the interesting thing here is that people are interpreting the getaway bag in 2 different ways. The light just changed. I think I'm tripping. Some people are like, well, this kind of means that maybe she was afraid for her life and she was planning to escape like a messed up situation. Maybe it was self-defense. And then other people are like, maybe this was premeditated and she was going to do this and go on the run. And this is all part of her plan. And it wasn't like this last minute self-defense thing. Which brings us back to this main issue, right? Was this self-defense or was it not? To answer this question, we need to go back to the beginning of Julie and Jason's relationship. Julie and Jason met in Hermosa Beach in the year 2000, and from the beginning, the relationship was kind of rocky, and according to Julie, it was very clear that they were 2 polar opposites. Quote, "For the first couple months, it was fun. I liked him. Had a good time. About 3-4 months into it, I had become very concerned that we had different values for many things in life. You see, Julie was a straight A student. She then got accepted into Harvard, and then from there she became a very successful real estate agent. Whereas according to Julie, Jason was a surfer dude who she described as lazy. Not only did they have different philosophies on success and career and life, but also religion. According to Julie, he didn't go to church, he never spoke of faith in his life, but it was more than that. He was critical of organized religion in general, almost to the point of making fun of me for practicing. Their relationship was rocky, and they actually broke up a few months into the relationship, but then they decided to get back together, and then 6 months later, they got engaged. And this is when Jason got controlling, according to Julie. Quote, Julie testified that Jason tried to change her in several ways, including the way she dressed. She said he often made fun of her preppy polo shirts, calling her a geek or nerd, and instead brought her surf-style clothing to wear, including spaghetti-strapped tank tops that bared her midriff. After they were married, Julie testified that Jason would often get angry and lose his temper over, quote, everyday things, end quote. The yelling had gotten so frequent, I put up a calendar and put X's where there was yelling, she said, adding that his behavior seemed abnormal. Julie also mentioned that he was mean to the kids. She said, even after feeding, he would continue screaming. Jason always wanted me to put him back in the crib. He would get very angry when I went to pick him up, she said. So the couple's arguing pretty much daily.
They argued about her weight gain after going onto steroids for arthritis pain.
He would call her lazy and fat, and the arthritis medication that she was taking, he said that she was faking her arthritis. And then there was the really bad argument that happened
Maybe she
right before
was.
their 10th anniversary.
The defense played this tape of an argument the night before their 10th anniversary.
On her 10th anniversary, I've already sent her marriage, stop that. I wanted a divorce if it wasn't for our kids.
So it's 2010 now, and things are about to get worse. Julie says that this is the first time that Jason R-worded her. It rhymes with cape, fill in the blanks.
Julie Harper told of being raped by her husband 5 or 6 times that year, 2010.
Julie said that he would do this to her over 30 times. According to Julie, the first time it happened was because Jason became enraged when she mentioned cutting back from work and that how this would affect the finances in the relationship, because Julie was a successful real estate agent. She made $100,000 a year, whereas Jason, he made like $36,000 a year being a high school teacher and volleyball coach. And her arthritis had gotten to the point where she felt she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. She couldn't keep up with her work schedule. And she says that this upset Jason to the point where he R-worded her.
I don't care, but don't force me into going to work until you give me my $3,000.
Slamming me up against the wall, forcibly entering me from behind. I said, stop. What are you doing? Stop.
And she said that when he finished, he dropped her like a wet rag and hopped in the shower. Live in Vista, Steve Fiorina attended.
Finances was one of the biggest issues in their relationship. They always fought about money. Once Julie became a stay-at-home mom, Jason felt like she was spending frivolously, and he was very mad about it, yelling and screaming, and she recorded him doing so.
40-hour kid in the daycare making me pay for it, and you want to claim that you're taking care of him? You. Exactly. Don't tell that to the counselor, she'll go, yeah, that's pretty much what you are. I don't want to enable your horrible money waste and your poor credit score and everything else. I don't want to.
Regarding Julie's arthritis, remember, she was taking a lot of medication and she was taking steroids, and she felt like that was making her overweight, and he was upset with her for being overweight and telling her she was faking. But the people around, like neighbors and people who knew Julie, said that they believed she was becoming addicted to the pills. She was sleeping a lot, she was always tired, and she seemed out of it sometimes. As a result of this, Julie kind of became a recluse, and she started hoarding, and that's why you see the place looking the way it was. That's kind of where her head was at. And she says that's why 5 days before she shot Jason, she filed for divorce. As a matter of fact, Julie says that the day she shot him, she told him, "I'm filing for divorce." Quote, in the divorce documents filed just August 2nd, allegations were made that Jason Harper was occasionally violent towards his wife. Defense attorney Paul Flinkst described at least one previous interaction with police in November 2011 when Julie Harper called the Carlsbad police for assistance, and the police responded to the home. Jason Harper was directed by the police to leave the home for a time and then come back later, according to Pfingst. So that's interesting. Maybe Julie's telling the truth? Maybe. Julie says she tells him that morning, and he gets upset. He flies into a rage. He threatens to kill her, and that's when she shoots. Now, she claims that she doesn't know what happened. It was an accident. She was afraid. She grabbed the gun because he was threatening her, but the actual shooting, she says, was an accident, and she doesn't even know what just happened.
He'd just been in an absolute fury, in a fit, screaming, and I grabbed my gun from under my pillow. I turned around. I told him, stop.
Did he stop?
No, I said, stay back. He was coming towards me with his arms raised, and he said, I'm gonna kill you. I was holding onto my gun tightly. I didn't know. I thought he was gonna. Felt my hand jerk and heard a loud noise, and he was still like coming forward at me. And then all of a sudden, he froze.
So Julie actually had 2 trials. In the first trial, she was facing multiple charges. They had her on first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and some lesser gun charges. And in that trial, she was acquitted of first degree.
We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Julie Harper, not guilty.
There's a juror number 3 from her first trial, who spoke to media about why he believed her.
We tracked down juror number 3.
I believe that Julie was, again, bodily threatened with harm.
He says this video is proof.
And in her case, spousal. And I think she was not going to take it for the 31st time, and she took him out.
The video footage of Jason yelling and screaming.
I don't care, but don't force me into going somewhere until you give me like $3,000.
So a lot of people believe this was kind of the nail in the coffin for Jason, and that's why Julie was acquitted. Especially holding the baby and screaming with the baby in his hand. It didn't look good. But the jury was hung on the second degree. So there was a mistrial, and then that led to her second trial. But something happens that throws a wrench in the prosecution's plans. And that something is Julie is now pregnant.
She stunned everyone when she showed up visibly pregnant, the result, she says, of in vitro fertilization.
In court motions, her attorneys have asked the trial be delayed, arguing it's a high-risk pregnancy requiring a C-section and 8 weeks to recover.
Carlsbad woman charged with killing her teacher husband is celebrating a legal victory. Julie Harper's retrial is being postponed because she's pregnant.
Prosecutors say she was pregnant when the trial date was set, and she is now manipulating the system.
And I know the defendant, in the meantime, is in no hurry to bring this case to trial because she's out of custody, living in the home where this happened and enjoying her freedom.
If Harper used sperm from her husband, prosecutors say it could hurt her claims that she was scared of him.
During her trial, she read a postcard she'd written to an old boyfriend, calling him the love of her life. Prosecutors also claim that Julie Harper has been dating another man since killing her husband. Could that new boyfriend really be the baby's father?
The father of the child is Harper's ex-boyfriend. It could reveal her true motives. The defense team says the ex-boyfriend is not the father.
So there was this whole scandal of like, oh my God, who's the daddy? Who's the daddy? All the media was asking, who's the daddy?
So who's the father?
The mystery over the identity of the father could impact this trial.
They also want to know who the father is.
Shocking pregnancy raises questions about who the father is.
Who is the baby's father? She said it's not Jason. She wouldn't say who.
Julie is not telling anyone who the daddy is. She'll mention it later, but at this point, it's still this big mystery. Finally, she gives birth, and now it's time for the retrial, and this one was